Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the Range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills, featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The Range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355, right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The Range at 355, founded by patriots like you. For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony, the lighter side of Donald Trump.
The truth is, I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true.
He and Hillary Clinton yucked it up last night.
I've had to listen to Donald for 3 full debates, and he says I don't have any stamina.
They needled each other at an annual charity event that's like a roast, trading one-liners in New York City. At times, they got laughs and boos.
Donald Trump at one point said Hillary Clinton bumped into him and said, "Pardon me," to which he replied,
Let me talk to you about that after I get into office.
Hillary Clinton, in her remarks, said if Donald Trump disagreed with anything, feel free
To stand up and shout wrong while I'm talking.
Despite the campaign's contentiousness, this dinner was a big hit, raising more than $6 million for Catholic charities. In New York, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Now, Clinton will campaign today in Ohio. Trump will hold rallies in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. The day after an American was killed by a roadside bomb while assisting the Iraqi operation to take the city of Mosul back from ISIS, Islamic militants target another city. Fox's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, ISIS members armed with explosives and assault rifles targeted several locales in and around Kirkuk. The violence reportedly aimed at diverting Iraqi security forces from their offensive in Mosul. The insurgents hit a power plant by blowing themselves up. At least 11 people were killed. Multiple explosions and gun battles also happened throughout the city, according to witnesses. ISIS is a mock news agency saying the provincial headquarters was hit as well. Dave.
Jessica, Cubs fans can almost taste it.
Hard hit deep into right. Back at the wall. It's up against. 3 runs are going to score.
Chicago beat LA 8-4 on Fox Sports 1. If the Cubs beat the Dodgers again tomorrow, they'll win the National League pennant and play in the World Series for the first time in 71 years. Haven't won it since 1908. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy this morning. In Chicago, we have 44 degrees. It's 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Jon Lester, 7 sharp innings of work. Addison Russell, a tie-breaking home run. Cubs move 1 win from their first trip to the World Series in 71 years. They beat the LA Dodgers yesterday, 8-4. Skipper Joe Maddon says it all started with Jon Lester on the hill.
That's what the really great starting pitching does. They permit you to get into the game. You might fail a couple times early, but they keep the score tight, and then you can do something about it.
Maddon and the Cubs grab a 3-2 series advantage in the NLCS. Now have 2 chances to ramp up that all-elusive pennant at Wrigley Field. Illinois election officials insist that recent hacks into state voter rolls do not pose a threat to the November 8 election in this state and should not undermine confidence in the results. Even though GOP presidential candidate Donald Trump has talked about rigged elections, most experts say large-scale voter fraud in this state is not possible. General Counsel Ken Menzel says the cyber attack on the Illinois database prompted more anxiety than any claims about election problems. He says some 90,000 names have been viewed by hackers out of 8 million names of Illinois active voters registered. Social service providers in this state want the Illinois Supreme Court to intervene in their legal battle to force immediate payment on state contracts. The Pay Now Coalition filed that request Thursday. Activists calling on Illinois lawmakers to call what they say is the Laquan McDonald Act. Demonstrators gathering last night outside Chicago Police headquarters, encouraging people to back passage of that legislation.
Justice for citizens begins and ends with ink on a piece of paper.
The measure would allow for the recall of Chicago's mayor and aldermen and the Cook County state's attorney. The rally was held on the second anniversary of the death of 17-year-old Laquan McDonald, shot and killed by Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke. DePaul University warning students of 2 sexual assaults reported recently on the university's Lincoln Park campus. Most recently, officials say the incident happened early yesterday in Monroe Hall on Clifton Avenue. We told you about the NLCS. We've avoided the football contest last night until now. Green Bay beat the Bears 26-10. Aaron Rodgers threw for 3 touchdowns. Bears quarterback Brian Hoyer broke his arm. NBA in Nebraska last night. Atlanta over the Bulls in the preseason, 97-81. The news, a service of Napa Auto Parts. If you can't remember the last time you changed your antifreeze, probably means it's time to head down to a participating Napa Auto Parts store and grab some Prestone antifreeze for $12.99 a gallon. Keep your ride running longer, stronger for less. That's Napa know-how. Offer expires 11/13/16. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Billy wanted to contact a realtor before purchasing a home in Arlington Heights. Bad move. Not getting pre-qualified by me before talking to a realtor is like skydiving without a parachute. I pre-qualified Billy to purchase a home and introduced him to Donna Sattler, my preferred Arlington Heights realtor. If you're purchasing a home, call me first. I'll pre-qualify you for free and introduce you to my experienced team of preferred realtors who will help you locate the perfect home. My team of real estate experts will always look out for your financial best interest. If you're buying a home, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal, and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth, and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
Hey, you own guns. Are you storing them in the best place? A Liberty Safe from Maxson Shooter Supply in Des Plaines? Maxson is Illinois' first NSSF 5-star range and the largest Liberty Safe dealer. Hey, Maxson stocks the complete line of Liberty Safes, the best money can buy. Not in stock? Maxson orders it, ships it to your curb, or installs it anywhere in your home. Liberty Safes are made in America for over 25 years. Millions of American homes have trusted Liberty Safes to protect their guns, keep them out of the reach of children, and protect their valuables from theft and fire. Liberty stands behind every safe with a lifetime warranty. If anyone tries to break into your Liberty Safe, they'll repair or replace it for free. Choose the best. Trust a Liberty Safe from Maxson. Shooter Supply in Des Plaines. To have your Liberty Safe delivered, go to maxonshooters.com/safes. That's maxonshooters.com/safes. Do it today.
5:08. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Let's get the morning review with Jim Telemonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. On a major fire blazing on Chicago's southwest side, 26th and Western streets are closed all around this area. This is a 511 alarm and a level 1 hazmat situation. A lot of crews in the area. The staging is at 26th and California. So there's a lot of activity in that area. And this is on 26th west of Western, 26th Western, Rockwell, all shut down in that area. Up on I-57 on the entrance ramp from Pulaski, there's a crash blocking the right lane. The Kennedy, delay-free. The express lanes are closed. Should be opening shortly on the inbound side. The other expressways and tollways are good. Traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink, toner, and printers. Redesigned, lightning-fast HP Office Jet Pro is now at Staples. You can save up to $100. For a limited time, see store or staples.com for details. Restrictions, limitations may apply. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, stay with me a minute. Are you hearing any interruptions to the jail or the courthouse at 26th in California?
Not yet, but
okay.
Anyone who might be headed that way, we're going to keep an eye on that because it's right there.
All right, very good. And then staging for that major fire is at 26th in California. We'll keep our eyes on that as we keep our eyes on the weather forecast this morning. And Chicago's Morning Answer as well. Your official Chicago weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, a blend of sun and clouds, high of 54. Then for tonight, it will be partly cloudy, freezing temperatures in some colder spots, a low 36. Partial sunshine for tomorrow with a high of 16, a low 43. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
43 at O'Hare, 47 along the lakefront, a crisp 41 in Aurora. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
A long, long time ago in 1908, the Chicago Cubs made their fans smile. I think this year we have the chance. We are good, it's not happenstance. We'd be happy for the first time in a while. Last October we thought we'd do it. Against the Mets we win and blew it. Bad news again, we get it. By spring we'd all forget it. I definitely remember that I cried along with everyone on the north side. But something tells me deep inside this year the curse could die. So bye-bye curse of 45. Nice. Drive a goat on up to Wrigley and we'll let it inside. These good old boys are gonna give it a try, singing this could be the year the curse dies. This could be the year the curse dies.
All right,
Nice.
You get the picture.
Oh, Dan, you're becoming a believer. Look at that.
No, I'm not.
You're so good looking when you love the Cubs.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm getting my affairs in order, and I suggest everybody do the same because I fear the end is near. The prospects for the Cubs, the prospects for Hillary Clinton, can pestilence and famine be far behind?
Really? That's what you're going with? Well, did you watch the game? It was so exciting, especially in the 6th inning when Addison Russell nailed a 2-run homer. Hello.
0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts tonight. The 0-1. High fly ball into center. The shortstop Russell. A big one. 2-run shot. 3-1 Chicago in the the sixth.
Nobody does sports
so
highlights like you and Marv Albert.
I know. I'll bite your back later. No, I love coming in here every day with a big W on the mic stand. Look at that W. Because we're going to fly because we won again last night.
Yeah.
I went to the game again.
Oh, look
back
at
to
you.
back. I've got a lot of miles on United. Trying to fall asleep in the chair. No, went up to the game, went to game 5, and then took the red eye back, and here I am.
Well, that's nice. You
good
live
show
in
prep.
rarefied company. I understand. Part of the liberal elite in the city.
Oh, yeah,
you, like the alderman, get tickets at face value.
Oh, yeah, right. Uh-huh. Actually, yeah, you could go to the Dodgers game. I mean, really, Cub fans, if you really missed out going to L.A. because they had so many seats that were empty, and they were selling them in the parking lot for $75.
So,
but that's all right. My friends already bought tickets to the Indians, to the World Series for the Indians game because it's cheaper to get a ticket there. $2,000 for a seat right now. If you want a good seat on StubHub.
the only thing standing between the Cubs is the Indians. The only thing standing between the end of civilization and Hillary Clinton is Donald Trump. These are dismal times. I'll tell you what, I thought for sure.
What?
When they had Steve Garvey throw out their first pitch.
Yeah, wasn't that great? Did you see Vin in the...
Wait.
Wait, you thought for sure what?
Do you understand what Steve Garvey throwing out the first pitch was?
Yeah. Yes.
That's like Donald Trump bringing the sexual assault victims of Bill Clinton to the debate. That was supposed to reinstitute the curse.
I know. And it didn't.
And it didn't. I mean, I think they should have Steve Bartman throw out the ball on Saturday.
Oh, I'm
throw
sure.
out the first pitch.
The Cubs have reached out to him several times. I know that for a fact. I know that Grant DePorter has reached out to him several times.
Now.
No, well, I know in 2008, he did go to one of the playoff games because I'm friends with...
I'm not talking about Grant DePorter. I'm talking about the Cubs.
No,
the Ricketts should reach out to Steve Bartman for either Game 6. Well, that's tough. Maybe Game 7 because you don't want them to lose. You don't want them to lose to Clayton Kershaw again. Go to a Game 7, then everybody blames Bartman again. Or maybe
Bartman should stay away for this series.
If they get to the World Series,
we are getting to the World Series. Just accept it.
They get to the World Series.
Just say when we get to the World Series.
Then the first game at Wrigley should be Steve Bartman
really?
to exercise all the demons. I think so.
I think that's he's all right watching it from home.
See,
Bartman.
You're still.
I'm very superstitious.
Still, yeah.
Very superstitious. Because I kept that outfit on that I wore at Game 4 all day and then watched the game last night in that same outfit because I'm that superstitious.
Is that because you grew up in a haunted house?
Yes, I did. With my grandma. My Nana saved me. We had a fire in our house. And I was sleeping and she woke me up.
But haven't you been afflicted by ghosts in the past as well?
Oh, yeah. There's a ghost in my house, the house that I currently live in. And my cats growl or they hiss at it. Yeah, there's a ghost. But if you want to sleep over sometime, I'm sure you'd meet my ghost and you'd probably reason with the ghost. You'd probably talk to him and say, you know what? It's time for you to leave. Go to a different house. But anyway, back to the Cubs. So
I just wanted to establish for the record that Amy believes in ghosts. I just wanted people to understand what informs some of her viewpoints as well as her loyalties.
So guess how much tickets are going for? Standing room only right now for the World Series because we are going to the World Series.
Standing room only, I don't know, $2,000.
$3,000. If you want to sit down and want to put your little tush in a cushion, it'll cost you about $5,000. So people are already calling me from
Didn't you say that
Michigan.
the Cubs World Series tickets were going to be $1 million?
There's one seat that's near the bullpen. One seat that's going for $1 million. Someone will pony up that money.
Yeah. And then your seats, though, are $54. They're face value because you get the aldermanic treatment.
No, I don't get the aldermanic treatment.
Are you going to the World Series if they make it?
Oh, yeah, but probably in Cleveland.
You've got it all lined up?
Yeah. I'm going to 2 rooftops. I know that for sure in Wrigleyville. But I'm going to go to one game, just one World Series game, and I think it's going to have to be in Cleveland because I'm not paying that kind of money.
And I'm going to go to New Zealand.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
All right, let's get the forecast for this weekend for the big Game 6. Hopefully not a Game 7 NLCS. Here we go. Today we're going to have some sunshine, clouds. It's going to be chilly, though, a high of 53 degrees. Tonight it's going to be freezing in the suburbs, a low of 37 degrees, a freeze advisory in effect. Saturday, partly sunny skies, a high of 60, and Sunday looks terrific. Plenty of sunshine, warmer, a high near 70 degrees. Is he wearing Cubby blue or not? Let's get the latest from Jim Telemonte.
The Sox fan is not, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Yeah, Jim. But I'm not wearing Dodger blue either. I'll just stay out of it. So, This morning, we got a major fire burning kind of at the eastern edge of Little Village on the southwest side, 26th Street west of Western. This is a 511 alarm and a level 1 hazmat situation. The staging is at 26th in California.
Here she is tonight.
To the courthouse, the jail this morning.
In public.
I want to kind of head
pretending
from the west,
not to hate
plenty of extra
Catholics.
time. There's a heavy response. The streets are closed in that area. 26th and Western and Rockwell all shut down. Currently a tire facility. I-57
But
outbound
Donald
on the
really
entrance
is
ramp from
as healthy
Pulaski.
as a horse. You know,
Crash
the one
blocking the
Vladimir
right lane.
Putin
About
rides
gets
around
forward.
on.
5 minutes to go, 130 to the ride. The other express was a total ways of Jim Talamonte,
Hillary
the
is
AM
so
560 Traffic Center.
Is this presidential election wearing you out? Are you tired of the banal chatter about Trump and Hillary on cable news and your social media feed? Then join the Heartland Institute Wednesday, October 26th for a special Women in Politics event that will feature adult conversation and genuine insights on the 2016 election. Listen,
We have
learn,
proven
and be
that we
inspired
can
by women who
actually
are
be
shaping free market government
civil
policies in
to each other.
America. Speakers
In
include
fact, just
Illinois
before
Lieutenant
taking
Governor
the
Evelyn
dais,
Sanguinetti, Illinois
Hillary
State Senate Minority
accidentally
Leader Christine
bumped into
Radogno,
me,
Illinois State Representative Patty
and she
Bellick,
very
Kathleen Murphy of
civilly
the
said,
Illinois Opportunity Project,
"Pardon me."
and more special guests. Doors open at 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, October 26th. The event is free with food and drink on the house, but you have to register soon to join the Heartland Institute for this special Women in Politics event. Go to heartland.org to register or call 312-377-4000. Don't miss out. Seats are filling fast. Go to heartland.org or call 312-377-4000. It's a jungle out there. You've neglected the lawn and landscaping. You didn't mean to. It was a busy summer. You had a ton of projects to take care of around the house and barely got half of them finished. Well, there's good news. It's not too late to get your outdoor areas taken care of. Get the professionals that have been beautifying outdoor areas in Chicagoland for over 37 years. Academ Lawn and Garden. Maybe you didn't know fall is a great time to plant your trees, shrubs, and even perennial plants. The temperatures are cooler and it's easier to get established for next year's plants and growing season. Academ Lawn and Garden can get your property in shape so you can enjoy the yard of your dreams after the long Chicago winter. Plus, there's still plenty of time to clean and repair your brick pavers, sidewalks, patio, driveway, and retaining walls. Academ Lawn and Garden designs and installs with Unilock paver products. For yard and landscape maintenance to full-scale landscape design, call the professionals at Academ Lawn and Garden for a fall consultation. 630-961-2521. Online at academlawnandgarden.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, in a presidential campaign ritual, is the Al Smith dinner in New York. And the only thing separating Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton last night at the dinner was New York Cardinal Timothy Dolan.
Yeah.
Who, just by the way, preceded that dinner by calling on Hillary Clinton to apologize to Catholics for the contents of those Podesta emails, the anti-Catholic bigotry, Cardinal Dolan.
Are just extraordinarily patronizing and insulting to Catholics. If it had been said about the Jewish community, if it had been said about the Islamic community, within 10 minutes there would have been an apology and a complete distancing from those remarks. Hasn't happened yet. I'm hoping that she's going to distance herself from these very insulting remarks of her chief of staff.
Well, Dolan didn't distance himself physically from Hillary because Bill wasn't there, so he sat next to Hillary.
Yes, he sat in between them so as to prevent a food fight. And the Al Smith dinner, for those of you who don't recall, this is where both candidates get up there and it's zingers. It's like the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Right.
There's a lot of...
They roast each other.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. But speaking of Catholicism, I mean, Donald Trump didn't waste any time jumping on that.
Here she is tonight, in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
Yeah, it got a little tense.
Good for him.
I know. But it was supposed to be lighthearted, and Donald Trump was funny. No, just listen.
Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission?
Here's something that was funny, though, Dan.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, Pardon me.
That's good.
You like it?
Yeah, that was good.
That's
a good line.
That was a big crowd pleaser. And Hillary
Took a second to register
Right.
with the crowd, but then
Pardon
there
me.
you go.
But Donald really is as healthy as a horse. You know, the one Vladimir Putin rides around on. People look at the Statue of Liberty and they see a proud symbol of our history as a nation of immigrants, a beacon of hope for people around the world. Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4. Maybe a 5 if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair.
Get it? You know, because he objectifies women.
Well, thanks for explaining it.
Okay.
It's such deep,
This
such
is such
intellectual
a
humor.
special event that I took a break from my rigorous nap schedule to be here. And as you've already heard, it's a treat for all of you too, because usually I charge a lot for speeches like this.
I mean, the self-deprecating humor was enlightening.
Tonight, let's
I'm
embrace
done
the
with
spirit
Hillary.
of the evening. Let's come together, remember what unites us, and just rip on Ted Cruz.
All right, fine.
All right, this is
I'll
why.
bring you
but
back your
this-
Trump.
Just, oh, by the way, this is why. I mean, name a funny female comedian.
Tina Fey.
Stand-up
comedian.
comedian.
That's hard.
Exactly. You're proving my point. Thank you.
Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. It's fantastic. They think she's absolutely great. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech. And people get on her case.
That's funny.
And I don't get it. I don't know why.
And then he had her stand up and she waved to the crowd because she was sitting up there. With
Where are these Trump writers for the debate?
I know.
For the campaign trail.
Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. That's okay. I don't know who they're angry at, Hillary. You're right. Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. Thank you.
So whenever we hear jeers and things, you're like, okay, what else do you have for me?
I will totally accept the results of this great and historic.
Excuse me. That's when he was in Ohio earlier in the day.
Okay, let's
But there's
let's
two
just
more
try to
for
break
Hillary.
up 42 clips in a row here. This isn't the Comedy Central comedy hour here.
But Hillary has 2 more that were funny.
Yeah, we'll save them so we can savor them later in the show. Good Lord. The point is about the Catholics. I mean, there's the Al Smith dinners, Catholics,
Yeah,
Cardinal
for
Dolan.
Catholic charities, it raises hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And
Because
it's
if you
all-
pay a lot of money, you can sit near the candidates.
And it's all fun. And here's the thing. I mean, the Catholics, we've talked about the Catholic vote. Mitt Romney, one of the, perhaps the best human being to ever run for president.
Yes, no doubt.
One of them, 52% of the Catholic vote. 48% of self-identified Catholics are like the outgoing president of DePaul, Dennis Holzschneider, Father Dennis Holzschneider, who has banned a poster on campus that was posted by college Republicans bearing the phrase "Unborn Lives Matter." He's a Catholic priest, and you can post a sign on campus that says "Unborn Lives Matter." You know why? Because the poster constituted, quote, bigotry under the cover of free speech that, quote, provokes the Black Lives Matter movement, said the VP of PR and Comm for DePaul. So it's fun. I mean, it's fun. And those are some good lines that they both got off, some good zingers back and forth between one another, and that's great. I mean, people who identify as Catholic, and, you know, you can, even if you're a cafeteria Catholic like Kane, but you have some modicum of respect for your faith. You take it seriously at some even ancillary level. And you look at what's going on, and you look at what the left is doing on quote unquote Catholic universities, and you don't even have to infiltrate and engender a revolution in the Catholic Church like John Podesta and the other Hillary ghouls wanted to do. You've got a Catholic priest doing it for you. These quote unquote social justice Catholics that hate Catholicism. So they boo Trump because Hillary hates Catholics. You have Catholic priests who hate Catholicism, and they're in charge of universities like DePaul and Notre Dame. I mean, you've got some voices out there like Cardinal Dolan. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, if you think about this, you're going to support pro-infanticide Democrats, and you're going to call yourself a Catholic? You're going to prevent young people from expressing their faith and advancing the pro-life position, and you call yourself Catholic? Are you kidding me? There's nothing funny about that.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Another Trump accuser, Karina Virginia, if that is her real name, at 5:38.
She's a yoga instructor, man. Namaste. Down dogs. Chaturangas. Now let's go into get the latest on that huge fire, the 5-alarm fire on the southwest side of Chicago. Here's Mike Scott.
Yeah, near the Little Village neighborhood, 26th and Cal. It's actually fairly close to both the Cook County courts and the Cook County jail. We'll keep our eyes on that. It is an industrial blaze, and it is causing traffic havoc this morning. Jim Talamonte with the very latest on that part of the story this morning in Chicago in just a moment. An American soldier has been killed by an IED in northern Iraq, the Pentagon confirming the death, but did not give the exact location or identify the service member. A former NSA contractor accused of stealing classified documents is due to appear in a Baltimore federal courtroom today. Federal prosecutors call the case of Harold Martin breathtaking. Donald Trump says, yes, he will accept results of the presidential election.
I will totally accept the results of this great and historic presidential election if I win.
Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton showing off their comedy chops at the annual Alfred Smith Memorial Foundation dinner. Clinton joking about Trump's refusing to accept results of the election.
It's amazing I'm up here after Donald. I didn't think he'd be okay with a peaceful transition of power.
Trump was booed for roasting Hillary Clinton about information in WikiLeaks emails.
For example, here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
Some of his jokes landing much better, especially as the one about his wife Melania's speech at the Republican National Convention. Another death being blamed on a faulty Takata airbag. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it happened in Riverside County, California, to a person driving a Honda Civic. Hundreds of striking workers could be back on the job at Jim Beam distilleries in Kentucky next week. They're voting on a new contract today. John Lester throwing 7 sharp innings. Cubs beat the Dodgers 8-4 and move 1 win away from their first World Series trip in 71 years. A Plainfield man is dead after running into a Chicago dental office on the near west side, then apparently shooting himself. Clint Engel, according to police, was waving a gun when he entered Skyline Smiles looking for his ex-girlfriend. She was hid by movers in a truck in a nearby alley. In DuPage County, authorities are turning to DNA in their search for the parents of a newborn girl found dead this summer. The process is called DNA phenotyping. Authorities have projected what baby Hope's parents may look like. NFL last night, Green Bay over the Bears 26-10. NBA preseason, Atlanta over the Bulls. The news, a service of Staples, with low prices on ink, toner, printers. The redesigned lightning-fast HP OfficeJet Pro is now at Staples, and you can save up to $100 for a limited time. See store or staples.com for details, restrictions, and limitations. They all may apply. Staples, make more happen. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You know what? I want to tell you something, America.
The Joe Walsh Show.
We ask our cops to do an ugly, impossible job. And way too many of us hate on them every day. I'll tell you what, America, you are going to wake up, so help me God, America, you are going to wake up one day without police officers in this country. And you will deserve it.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
5:36, an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And here's the latest on the traffic implications of that 5-alarm fire on 26th between Western and Rockwell. The streets are shut down in that area. There's plenty of congestion around there. A heavy emergency response. The streets again are closed, 26th Western and Rockwell. Some of the fire staging is at 26th in California, right near the courthouse. There's no official word of any closures or postponements yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. If you are heading to that area, you're going to want to allow a lot of extra time and likely approach from the west. On the inbound Stevenson, delays start around Central, 37 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The I-20 from 95th to downtown, I-57, Bishop Ford, both with 10-minute delays approaching the verge. Traffic is a service of Napa Auto Parts. Participating Napa Auto Parts have Castrol motor oil on sale starting at $3.49 a quart. Your ride runs longer, stronger for less. That's Napa know-how. General States pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, recycling fees. Offer expires 11/13/16. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sun and clouds, 53 today, colder overnight, low 37. 43 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Dennis Prager. Prager University under assault by YouTube. We'll have to get to that story.
Really?
More of the left trying to silence disagreement. But, Amy, the absurdity of Gloria Allred continues. I know she's a feminist heroine to you.
Yes, she is.
Oh, there's no question. And her heroism knows no bounds. It was on display again yesterday with Karina Virginia, the latest Trump accuser from accusing Trump of an assault of sorts from 20 years ago.
Well, she was at the U.S. Open in 1998, because we all remember that, and she was waiting for a car to pick her up, and she said that Donald Trump grabbed her, grabbed her and put his hand on her breast. And it didn't take long. He said, "Don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am?"
Mr. Trump, perhaps you do not remember me or what you did to me so many years ago. But I can assure you that I remember you and what you did to me as though it was yesterday.
I mean, I might have had to see this to believe this, because it was pathetic. I mean, she was crying, and Gloria Allred was taking a tissue and drying the tears on her face.
That's why she gets paid the big bucks. That's $700 an hour.
Well,
each one of those dabs of a tissue.
It was unbelievable. And at first I was believing her, and then it just got strange. When these women reenact how he treated them, it sounds a little funny.
I was in shock. I flinched. Don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, so she felt like a sexual object instead of a person. She came forward because she needs to stop this, because she doesn't want him to be president. She's doing it for her children.
We got that.
I have been advised that Mr. Trump will probably call me a liar, just as he called all the other women liars who have made accusations against him. Or perhaps he will label me as just another nasty woman.
Yeah, see how she took the nasty woman from the presidential debate the night before and used it in the press conference.
Yeah, and you know what that's an indication of?
What?
The politicization of this issue. She's taking a rejoinder in the context of a presidential debate that had nothing to do with accusations of sexual assault. It had to do with Hillary Clinton making a snide remark about Donald Trump, dodging taxes in her parlance, and now she's using it at a press conference. It undermines her credibility. I take the accusation of sexual assault seriously, and I've said before, it's not the Hillary standard, which is not the Hillary standard. It's the Hillary moving standard. It's Hillary standard when it applies to people that she wants to be targets of allegations, not, for example, her husband. They should have the presumption of belief. No, they should have the presumption of substance, and then there should be questions asked. And there should be evidence presented. I know most of these cases are going to be circumstantial. There's not going to be physical evidence, but you can explore the story, the quality of it, ask legitimate, neutral questions that are fact-finding in nature, not accusatory, and see if you can get to the bottom of it. See if it stacks up based on evidence and logic. But here's these circuses that are being put on by Gloria Allred. What they do is trivialize sexual assault. They trivialize women being victimized by men. I'm not doing it by not accepting her story from 20 years ago in toto. She's doing it, and she's doing it when she incorporates rhetoric from the campaign trail or from a presidential debate to take shots at Donald Trump. It's a political speech, probably concocted by Gloria Allred at $900 an hour.
Yeah, it was very well orchestrated.
But give me a break.
Well, she started. It was very dramatic. She had dramatic pauses. She flipped her hair a lot. She cried. Then she gained composure. Then she cried again.
Well, let me ask you a question then. I mean, because you sound skeptical. At the end of the day, these accusers that Gloria Allred is parading before the cameras, it may end up to benefit Trump because of the questions of credibility. You could have a backlash.
Neither of these women. I mean, she's the 10th, though. By the way, is considering a lawsuit of any kind. Because it's not, well, first of all, it's not sexual assault. It's called sexual abuse. I mean, technically,
A
but
lawsuit for what? This was 1998. There is not. I don't know of any jurisdiction
Well, he
where there's
affected-
a 20-year statute of limitations on a matter that she on a matter like this. The accusation that she was groped is essentially what it is.
yeah. Well, here's the actual alleged act.
As I was waiting, Donald Trump approached me. I knew who he was, but I'd never met him. He was with a few other men. I was quite surprised when I overheard him talking to the other men about me. He said, "Hey, look at this one. We haven't seen her before. Look at those legs."
And then he went up and just, she says, put his hand down her shirt, which sounds ludicrous. And then her car arrived, she got in the car, and she went away. But she said this is affected.
Where did that happen? Where specifically
in
did that happen?
1998, wherever the U.S. Open was.
No. But where specifically? Give us the details.
Well, see, the thing is, we can't get details with this is how Gloria Allred does her press
Right.
conferences. Mics are set up. They come in. She comes in with the alleged victim. They speak. She speaks sometimes, or sometimes the alleged victim does, and then they leave. So there are no questions asked.
Right, but the point is they could present details that would substantiate the story or at least make it more compelling. I was here at this place, USO, was it like
New York, probably.
Flushing Meadows?
Yes.
So I was here at this venue at
Waiting
about
for
this
her car.
time. Was it in public? Was it in private? I went to the bathroom and he followed me in. We were in a corner. We were in a suite.
No, she was outside waiting for a car. That's all
She was
said.
she was outside waiting for a car and nobody saw us. So Donald Trump said, "Nice legs," came up and put his hand down her shirt.
And since that
Okay.
time, since 1998, when her current husband, has asked her to wear a dress or something, fancy to parties. This is what she said, that it has affected her wardrobe because she felt so guilty because she blamed herself because that day she had on a shorter dress, which, highlighted her legs. And since then, she cannot wear.
Oh, come on.
I'm not kidding. She can't wear anything. And she's come forward because of
and
her daughters. Because she doesn't want something like
Right.
this to happen to them where they can't wear dresses in the future.
I have been fearful about bringing unwanted attention to my
Oh.
loving family
Clearly.
and me.
Yeah.
This includes my husband,
But not to my yoga
daughter,
studio.
my son, my entire family. But in the end, I feel that it is my duty as a woman, as a mother, a human being,
Oh, God.
and as an American citizen to speak out and tell the truth about what happened to me.
About what happened to her. Well, Trump's people have responded, attacking pretty much Gloria Allred. They said this discredited political operative Gloria Allred is another coordinated publicity-seeking attack with the Clinton campaign.
Yeah, apparently
They'll
they
stop
don't-
at nothing to smear Mr. Trump.
Yeah, apparently they don't agree with your characterization of Gloria Allred as a feminist heroine.
No.
Text from 708. It's funny. After the election, all the accusers go away. Well, it's a good point. I guess the job is done. You know what I mean? Kent in Lincoln Park. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. To a real quick point about this Gloria Allred thing. That ship sailed. These guys, got scooped by Access Hollywood. NBC scooped them. They were going to wait right before the election and do what they always do, which is try to destroy somebody's reputation and cost them the election. But, I wanted to tell you something interesting, Dan, that, I've been noticing. Basically, Rasmussen, Ipsos and LA Times tracking poll, they have Trump up or even. And those polls are significant polls. Now, you have these other polls, these state polls, like Quinnipiac's a good example. Big organization. I know you know who they are.
Yeah.
I started noticing in these polls that have really far outlier numbers, in my opinion, that they're not putting in the Democratic oversampling. And I know you know what that means. So what I did was I called Tim Malloy at Quinnipiac, and because he was the author of the poll, and I asked him about it, and he sent me the data, and he told me the reason that they're not putting this data in there is because they're just too busy. They're getting these polls out. Now, that's the most important statistics you can put in a poll because that's how you create, what turnout you believe there's going to be. I'm absolutely 100% thoroughly convinced that they are cooking these state polls and they're trying to sway the election like they did with the Brexit.
Well, thanks for the call, Ken. I don't know about Quinnipiac's methodology or their sample, the composition of it. I haven't looked at that like you have, and I'm glad that you followed up. If only so many other people would take as much interest as you do. Here's what I would say. Polling agencies don't want to look foolish. They don't want to be wrong. Nate Silver didn't want to be wrong about the primary with respect to Trump, but he was wildly wrong. And the last part of what you said, Kent, about the modeling is the critical part. And sometimes it's just very hard to model turnout if it's going to be wildly untraditional. And that's why I think this is still a bit gooey for me, and why I still think Trump has a chance here is because I think there's the possibility of a very non-traditional composition of the turnout and distribution of the vote within that turnout. And so sometimes, if you get the model wrong, this is a little bit of a note for all you climate alarmists. If you get the model wrong, then you draw the wrong conclusions, or you get the wrong data back, or you get misleading data back. So that absolutely could be happening. I'm not sure it is across all these respected, reputable polling agencies, but it could be people are underestimating the Trump revolt. And I think that's what he has to bank on if he's going to win November 8th.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Yeah. Kind of like me. We're talking about the Cubs because Fox Sports 1 topped ESPN in ratings for the first time in their history.
How do you think GN feels jettisoning the Cubs?
Yeah. How do you think all of us feel who got rid of our Cubs season tickets last year, huh?
Badly.
Yeah. Bad. All right. Trying to stay positive, Dan. Hey, today we're going to have a blend of sun and clouds, a high of 53 degrees. And tonight, temperatures are going to fall into the 30s. There's a frost advisory in effect for the outlying suburbs. The weekend looks great, though. Saturday, partly sunny, a high of 60 degrees. For Game 6, it's going to be wonderful. And then if need be, for Game 7 on Sunday, we're going to have a beautiful day, plenty of sunshine, and a high near, get this, 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Got a major fire in Chicago's southwest side. All kinds of smoke and fire. This is on 26th between Western and Rockwell. 26th is closed there. So is Western at 26th. So is Rockwell. And staging is right at 26th in California, right by the courthouse and the jail. So avoid the area if at all possible. On the inbound Kennedy, traffic is a little heavy out of the River Road toll. Outbound, there's a 3-minute delay central to Austin. Edens is clear. The Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 5. Stevenson, 40 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, 24 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Division 426. It's traffic on AM 560. The Answer.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. And, I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Get to Kohl's Friday through Sunday and take an extra 15% off your entire purchase when you spend under $100, or 20% off when you spend $100 or more. That's on top of 40 to 50% off outerwear for the family, a Ninja coffee bar for $159.99, and $8.99 Sonoma quick dry towels. Now that's the good stuff. Kohl's. Select styles offer valid 10/14 through 10/23. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
However you dream of saying I do, David's Bridal has a dress to match your style, your wedding, and your budget. Right now, every wedding dress is on sale. Yes, every wedding dress, even our newest arrivals, and even our exclusive designer collections, including Oleg Cassini, Truly Zeg Posen, Melissa Sweet, and more. Save $50 to $150 on all regular price wedding dresses, and up to $500 on select styles. The sale ends November 1st. Hurry in to find your perfect dress for way less at David's Bridal. Excludes DB Studio.
Holiday parties come in all shapes and sizes. Elegant plated dinners, festive cocktail hours, casual buffets, themed events, and more.
Tasty Catering is already decked out with the holiday spirit, featuring a brand new holiday catering menu and a team of event planners who are eager to help you experience a successful party of any kind.
So much more than amazing holiday catering, Tasty Catering has been helping companies plan their entire holiday parties from start to finish for decades. Tasty Catering is a Chicago holiday tradition.
Your event can be exactly what you envisioned. All you need to do is visit tastycatering.com or call Tasty Catering at 847-593-2000 and tell them your event date.
A planner will ask you about your holiday party goals and then help you reach them as simply and stress-free as possible.
tastycatering.com. Start your holiday planning with a company that Chicago trusts. Tasty Catering, 847-593-2000.
Tasty Catering is a Chicago holiday tradition. 847-593-2000.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so the Humane Society has a Trump-inspired ad campaign, do
Yeah, it's actually the Windsor Humane Society in good old Ontario, Canada. You know, they're trying to be hip and cool. And when Donald Trump said, when you're a star, you can grab any woman you want by the, the private parts?
Yes, I
the
recall.
heathen reathen. So they had an ad, and there's a picture of Donald Trump and a star. It says, you don't have to be a star to grab a pussy, ... cat. All cats over 6 months old on sale this month only for $50. And then there's pictures, and there's all these cats, wide-eyed cats looking at Trump. Well, they had to take that advertisement down and apologize because women were offended. Women who were sexually assaulted were offended. And the executive director said, we thought the U.S. election is something everyone's talking about, and it was intended to make light of it. It wasn't intended at all to make light of sexual assault or the comments about it.
People run around looking to be offended. That's actually a very clever campaign. I think that's
really
pretty funny.
Cool. We're obviously sorry if people were offended. That wasn't
blah,
our attempt.
blah, blah, blah. The obligatory apology to a bunch of bedwetters who can't take a joke.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, and Lauren Gabler, project manager, on how they do business differently.
As much as computers are the focus of our work, the focus is really the people that we deal with. When people call us, they're usually calling for a user problem. They're not calling because their PC is smoking.
Are they calling for problems that they don't understand? They can't do their work. They need to be able to open Windows or, open Outlook. They can't find their email from 10 years ago that they really need to look at. And so the guys are able to track down the information and provide an experience for them of solving a problem. And it's very user-friendly for the end customer because they can call in and talk to someone all the time that are ready, available when people call in during normal business hours. We have on-call technicians for emergency situations. If there's an emergency, they'll get notified and we can take care of it.
New customers, sign up with Turnkey IT now through December 1st and receive all security appliances and backup devices for free, up to a $4,000 value. Visit turnkey.pro today.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. This could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. A General Steel building can save you as much as half the cost and time of similar conventional construction. And we're offering rebates of up to $20,000 to help you build today. Call General Steel for free information that could save you thousands. Call 800-98-STEEL. 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-987-8335.
As a business owner or HR director, you've seen medical plans disappear. You've seen deductible and co-payment and total out-of-pocket expenses skyrocket, and the new prescription plans are a joke. You've been forced to accept the Obamacare-compliant plans, while at the same time, labor organizations and other friends of the establishment have been given special exemptions. Thankfully, the market for group health insurance has caught up, and some companies we work with can now offer these same ACA-exempt policies for your employees. My name is Greg Eck, president of Beneficial Solutions. Our team has been reacting to ever-changing insurance markets for the past 25 years. Beneficial Solutions will arm your company with the latest tools to protect your business from potential ACA penalties and make the most of your employee benefit dollars. Call us now so we can game plan before open enrollment season arrives at 630-717-8282. That's 630-717-8282. Or find us online at beneficialsolutions.com.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have a big decision to make. Thankfully, we live in this great country and get to exercise our right to vote and elect the person we think will be best for our family's futures.
Craig, it sounds like you're asking listeners to vote for us.
Listen, you can't control market unpredictability, but you can choose to ride out the highs and lows with Wealth Management Group at your side.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Newt Gingrich joins us at 6:06 to make the closing argument for Trump.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. Cubs beat the Dodgers, and a former law clerk accused of posing as a judge. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
Many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality.
Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton poking fun at themselves.
I took a break from my rigorous nap schedule to be here.
At an annual Catholic charity dinner in New York City that's like a roast.
It's amazing I'm up here after Donald. I didn't think he'd be okay with a peaceful transition of power.
Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off the Watergate Commission.
Well, unlike the debate the other night, Trump and Clinton shook hands afterward. It's back to the serious today. Trump will rally in North Carolina, then Pennsylvania. Clinton will campaign in Ohio. House Republicans want more answers from the FBI on the State Department's attempt to declassify
Why is there still such a fuss
amid her private server probe. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in
part of the problem
Washington.
is the fact that a Democratic president named Barack Obama passed the law.
Lawmakers come back from recess. House Oversight Committee Republican Chair Jason Chaffetz wrote a letter to FBI Director James Comey saying his committee is investigating allegations of quid pro quo between the State Department and the FBI.
That's just the truth. I mean, I worked really hard to engage with
FBI officials.
Yeah, some people may say, well, I've seen my copays go up, or my networks have changed. But these are decisions that are made by your employers. It's not because of Obamacare.
Dave.
They're not determined by the Affordable Care Act. You're getting better quality
attacking Kirkuk to the south,
even though you don't know that Obamacare is doing it.
Bombing at a power plant killing 11 people. This the day after an
Thanks,
American was
Obama.
killed by a roadside bomb. He was among the special forces helping Iraqis take Mosul after terrorists. There's a hearing in South Carolina today. A defense request to move the trial of a former police officer charged in the murder.
People seem to be very curious as to how we prepare for the debates. Let me tell you what I do.
News Radio.
First, refrain from alcohol for 65 years before the debate.
43
Now,
degrees,
I
6:02 is our
suggest
time.
that the
On
press
AM
is biased,
560,
and,
The
I
Answer. Good
recognize they
morning.
have their job to do.
I'm
and
Mike Scott.
I
Chicago
have my job to
firefighters
do.
battling a huge
My job is to lay out a
blaze on
positive
the
vision
city's
for the future of the country.
southwest side this
And their
morning.
job is to make sure
Crews
no one
called
else
out
finds out about
early
it.
this morning to douse a fire in an industrial area near 25th and Rockwell. No injuries reported. That fire is being staged from 26th and California, and that is temporarily blocking roads into and out of the jail and the Chicago Cook County courts this morning, at least as long as fire equipment is there. We'll get an update on that situation from Jim Talamonte in just a moment. John Lester throwing 7 sharp innings of work Addison Russell, a tie-breaking home run. Cubs over the Dodgers.
I particularly want to apologize to Chris Matthews.
Says it started with John Lester on the hill.
That's what the really great starting pitching does. They permit you to get into the game. You might fail a couple times early, but they keep the score tight.
The unemployment rate.
You could do something about it.
The unemployment rate is at its lowest level since I took office. I don't have a joke here. I just thought it would be useful to remind everybody.
Tomorrow night, Dodger ace Clayton Kershaw facing off against Major League ERA leader Kyle Hendricks. A Plainfield man is dead after running into a Chicago dental office on the near west side, then apparently taking his own life. Clint Engel was waving a gun when he entered Skyline Smiles.
But we have some bad hombres here, and we're going to get them out.
When it comes to the wall that Donald talks about building, he went to Mexico. He had a meeting with the Mexican president. Didn't even raise it. He choked.
I don't know Putin. He said nice things about me.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
Donald thinks belittling women makes him bigger.
I didn't even apologize to my wife, who's sitting right here, because I didn't do anything. The one thing you have over me is experience, but it's bad experience, because what you've done has turned out badly.
I was in the Situation Room monitoring the raid that brought Osama bin Laden to justice. He was hosting the Celebrity Apprentice. My Social Security payroll contribution will go up, as will Donald's, assuming he can't figure out how to get out of it. But what we want to do is to replenish the Social Security trust.
You will absolutely accept the result of this election.
I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Well,
okay?
Chris, let me respond to that because that's horrifying.
Football, 26-10. NBA preseason, Atlanta beat the Bulls. The news service of Napa Auto Parts. When you pick up the 99-cent reusable bag from participating Napa Auto Parts stores, you're not just getting a bag. You're getting 20% off the stuff you put inside that bag. Now, that's Napa know-how. While supplies last, minimum 3 items purchased. Some restrictions apply. Offer expires 10/31/16. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity gives you a free lesson on the economy.
Corporations do not pay taxes. Well, what do you mean, Hannity? They got to pay something. Everyone's got to pay their fair share. When they build the product or they provide the service, and let's say the government taxes them at a high rate, what do you think they are going to do? They're going to pass the tax charges on to you.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth.
For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
You're listening to the actual sound.
Trump is in full crisis mode. His inner circle shrinking as confidants like Chris Christie and Newt Gingrich distance themselves.
But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabout-time.
6:06 in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonti.
Thanks, Mike. On Chicago's South Side, as you mentioned, there's a 5-alarm fire blazing on 26th Street, west of Western Avenue. 26th is closed. So is Western at 26th. So is Rockwell, an industrial area. But staging for this is 26th in California. Now, California is open. You can get to California from the west, but expect congestion. There's a lot of fire equipment, a lot of responders in that area. So if you're heading to the courthouse or the jail, allow extra time. And if you don't need to be in the area, well, best to stay away. There's a lot of smoke and fire from this. On the northbound tri-state, we have delays from Lake Avenue to Willow Road. There's a 5-vehicle collision on the left side, and the left lane is blocked there. Edens is fine. The Kennedy, 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Up on 23. The Eisenhower, 34 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Stevenson, 41 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan, 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. Traffic service of American Express. The American Express card members, you don't want to miss this. Now through December 31st, there's a big reason for you to shop small at local stores in your neighborhood. Learn more and enroll your eligible card today at americanexpress.com/shop small offer. Terms apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Sun and clouds today with a high 54, then a partly cloudy night, low 36. Tomorrow, partial sunshine, high 60, and a clear night, low 43. Full day of sunshine for Sunday with a high 68, and a clear night Sunday night with a low 42. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
43 at O'Hare, 47 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
High fly ball in the center. The shortstop Russell. A big one. 2-run shot. 3-1 Chicago in the 6th.
Tonight, let's embrace the spirit of the evening. Let's come together, remember what unites us, and just rip on Ted Cruz.
I would like to promise and pledge that I will totally accept the results if I win.
Yes, you criticize conditions, you're going to change Washington, etc., but you don't challenge the legitimacy of an election.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, let's get right to it. Two special guests with two books out. Newt Gingrich, former House Speaker, of course, has a new spy novel, I would say, out. It's called Treason. It's a follow-up to his bestseller last year, Duplicity. It's kind of fun when an intellectual like Gingrich goes into the world of fiction. It reminds me of what Bill Buckley and his Blackford Oaks spy novels. And then his wife, Callista Gingrich, she's got a new installment in the Ellis the Elephant children's book series.
And I have the first one.
Oh, you do?
Yes. My kids love that book.
All right. And then the latest one is Hail to the Chief, which explores how past presidents have defined America's character. We're pleased now to be joined by Newt and Callista Gingrich. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So it's great to be with you. And by the way, we're looking forward to coming out to Anderson's bookstore in the near future. So it's always great to be in Chicago.
Okay, all right, great. And we'll make sure to note those book signings when they come to pass. So here's first question for Speaker Gingrich. The little Trump versus big Trump formulation that has gotten so much play. In the debate the other night and per your conversations with Mr. Trump, did you see the big Trump the other night, and are we going to see the big Trump for the final 2 weeks?
Well, I thought we saw the big Trump the other night. Cliff and I were fortunate enough to be watching the debate with about 120 Republican activists in Orange County, California. And after the debate, I said, how many of you think that Trump did better than you expected? 3/4 of the hands went up. And I think he handled the questions well and straightforward. Hillary a couple of times tried to bait him back onto old source points, and he ignored every one of them. My hope is that that's what we're going to see from now to Election Day, is when he's big, when he talks about creating jobs, he talks about controlling the border, he talks about fixing Washington and cleaning up the corruption. Then he's rolling. Then people get it. When he gets into some of these petty things, I think he loses ground.
But with less than, 20 days till the election, how can he gain support among women and minorities? Because that's so important if you want to get to the White House.
Well, I think it's very important. And he has said more about trying to help African Americans and trying to help the inner city than any Republican presidential candidate I can remember. And I think that we're now learning, for example, that the meeting he tried to hold on the south side of Chicago was deliberately disrupted by people being paid by the Clinton campaign because they were so afraid of the effect of having somebody like Trump actually come into the south side and actually talk about the violence level. And, you know, I think there have been 1,000 more shootings this year in Chicago than last year. Mm-hmm. I think Trump, in that sense, is really trying to reach out and say to people, we can do much better than this. So I think he'll continue to do that. He'll continue to gain support, you know, and again, it's going to be incremental. He's not going to carry the African American vote, but he will do. I think he will do better than any Republican candidate in modern times.
Was it a mistake in the debate the other night to say that, you know, I'm going to keep you in suspense in terms of accepting the results of the election, particularly, obviously, if he loses?
That's a great irony because, of course, every reporter should have remembered that Al Gore filed a lawsuit and took 35 days and went to the Supreme Court, and nobody questioned the legitimacy and his right to do that. So, you know, I think Trump in that sense is not far off from what Gore was. And he's saying, look, let's wait and see. Let's make sure that you don't have massive vote theft in Philadelphia. What you're dealing with, as we now know, because the tapes have been available, we have a guy who entered the White House over 300 times during this administration who is on tape saying that he was paid to try to disrupt Trump rallies. Well, you know, that kind of stuff going on around you, it's fair to say, look, you know, I'm going to be a little cautious here. Reagan used to say, you know, trust but verify.
Well, right, and people also not reporting, remembering that Hillary Clinton, after the 2000 election, Senator-elect Hillary Clinton then suggested doing away with the Electoral College because of the result of Gore winning the popular vote and losing the Electoral College. I wonder if that would be her position today, were Trump to win the popular vote but lose the Electoral College.
Well, and of course, what you have is the news media knew they were going to be horrified by something Trump said that night. They just didn't know what it was.
And so
that's this game.
And so, where do you? I mean, you've been through a lot of election cycles. Where do you, just kind of at a visceral level, feel this election is? Is it still within Trump's grasp, or do you feel like it's really a long shot at this point, as the D.C. press corps is suggesting it is?
Look, my personal gut instinct is he'll probably win. But the truth is, nobody knows anything. Remember, all the people telling you about the election are the people who got the Republican nomination wrong for 6 months. You know, they don't know anything more now than they did then. The lesson of Brexit and Britain was that the polls were totally wrong. Every single poll was wrong. The political elites were wrong. So I don't know. I mean, and again, you have a good example in Chicago. If Hillary can get a Barack Obama-sized turnout in the black community, she'll be in much better shape. But if she can't, if in fact, when we think about it, a lot of African Americans think, you know, it hasn't worked out all that well, and I don't particularly think she can do the job. She can't possibly carry a full number of states if that vote drops off, because she has to have an Obama-sized turnout.
If you are right, your gut instinct is right, and that Trump wins, how concerned are you about the work that would need to be done to repair or improve the relationship between Donald Trump and the gentleman I suppose would still be the Speaker of the House per a Trump victory, Paul Ryan?
Well, they're going to have to sit down and have breakfast and talk it through. And look, that's the nature of this business. I mean, the Congress is independent of the president. It's elected independently. I always used to tell people, congressmen work with the president. They never work for the president. But at the same time, Trump has been a pretty successful guy at creating relationships and making deals. And I suspect the minute he wins the election that he will reach out not just to the Republicans, but he knows Chuck Schumer very well. And if Schumer's the next Democratic leader in the Senate, I suspect they can sit down and have a very positive talk about getting some things done.
Now, you had said the other day that to be president, you need to have great discipline, and that Donald Trump is not the most disciplined candidate. Hillary Clinton is disciplined, but she's very corrupt. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, look, I think this Secretary Clinton is the most dishonest and most corrupt person, and most radical. She's much more radical than Obama, ever to be nominated by either major party. On the other hand, she's a very disciplined professional. Trump is a gifted amateur who has come an amazing distance in his first race. He's never ran for office before, knocked out 16 people in the Republican primaries, gets the largest vote in the history of the Republican Party. But he clearly has, as most amateurs would, he doesn't have the sheer iron discipline of a professional who's done this. Hillary's been at this for 46 years, going back to Joe Lieberman's first race for the state Senate in 1970. So she had a long depth of experience. He's been at it for a year and a half.
But so what is it like when you say to Donald Trump, because I know you mentioned this before, that you talk to him about message discipline and you consult him on various matters in terms of presentation and campaign strategy and tactics. When he goes off the highway into the wilderness from time to time on issues, particularly of a personal nature to him, and makes the race about him rather than the American people, how does he respond when you go to him and say, Donald, what are you doing?
He's very defensive. He learned over a long business career to always counterpunch. And he's done it very successfully. He's become a billionaire doing it. And he's also won the Republican nomination doing it. So when you say to him, maybe that doesn't work in a general election, he has to go against all of his life experience not to counterpunch. And he's gotten much better. He does learn. If you look at those two debates, and Cliff and I discussed this the other night, he was better in the second debate than he was in the first debate. He was better in the third debate than he was in the second. Might get this. There are two more debates. He keeps improving because he is smart and he is learning very fast. But as somebody who's never done it before, he just had a lot to learn.
Let me ask you a question now with the alternate hypothetical playing out, which is Hillary Clinton wins the presidency. Where do you think the Republican Party and, more importantly, the conservative movement goes from there if Hillary is victorious?
That depends very greatly on Hillary Clinton. If she's the new Hillary Clinton, who is Bernie Sanders' best friend, and she sends up radical judges and she sends up radical proposals, and she wants to replace Obamacare with a Canadian-style system, which she has said in some speeches, then the Republican Party will be unified in opposing her. If, on the other hand, she says, well, I said all that stuff during the general election, but as you know, I believe my private positions aren't the same as my public. I can really get along with you guys. Let's see what kind of deal we can cut. Then she would cause real turmoil in the Republican Party. So she has it in her power to either unify the Republicans against her or to draw a split between the establishment Republicans who would work with her and the grassroots Republicans who will be deeply opposed to her. And I think she's going to have to make that decision if she wins the election.
All right. After that depressing prospect, we need to talk about Ellis the elephant.
There you go. Happiness is here.
Yes.
Callista?
Hi, Callista.
Hi. Thanks for having us this morning.
Yeah. So we have your first installment of Ellis the Elephant, and just tell us about your new book.
Sure. My new book is Hail to the Chief. It's book number 6 in the Ellis the Elephant series. And this is a series that offers a guided tour of American history for 4 to 8-year-olds. And in my new book, Ellis meets some of America's greatest presidents and discovers how they've really led our country throughout American history. And as we're about to elect our 45th president, it's so important for our young people to understand what the presidency means. And really, to do this, they have to study our greatest leaders. And Hail to the Chief will help them do just that.
What's the feedback you get? I know you guys do a lot of book signing tours and that sort of thing. What's the feedback you get from parents in terms of the impact these books have on sparking an interest among their kids in American history and civics?
Right. We get a good feedback from the parents, moms, dads, grandmas, grandpas. They're buying Ellis the Elephant books for their young people in their life. And when I first started writing this series in 2011, I was really surprised to learn how few books there are written for 4 to 8-year-olds about American history. My books are really meant to serve as an introduction to the key moments that have shaped our nation. And I find that most kids are smart and eager to learn, and the more they learn about our history, the more they will love America.
Maybe the Ellis the Elephant books can replace the Howard Zinn versions of history on college campuses. Maybe that could be an improvement.
There you go. Well, so few of our kids are learning American history right now, and unfortunately, many of our schools are failing to teach our history, including our founding principles and our values. And instead, kids are learning revisionist and politically correct history. As a consequence, are really missing out on the basics. So, I believe that we owe it to our kids to give them the tools they need at a very early age so they can begin to learn about the greatness of this nation.
I want to get your new book because I want to hear about Andrew Jackson's chaotic inaugural party.
Well, that really was an amazing moment. at his party, it was one of the most raucous moments in our history, complete with broken dishes, broken glasses, spilled liquor, mud on the couches and carpets. The White House was so crowded with Jackson's rough and tumble supporters that he was forced to escape to a hotel across the street. So really a pretty amazing moment, unlike any other inaugural party in our history.
That'll be nothing if Trump wins and you got Trump after dark at the White House. The other presidents that are profiled, stories that are told in this latest installment of the Ellis the Elephant series.
Right. So I highlight 13 of what I consider to be the most important and influential presidents. Some of them include George Washington, as he's sworn in as our first president, Andrew Jackson, as he welcomes thousands of Americans to the White House, Abraham Lincoln, as he delivers the Gettysburg Address, Theodore Roosevelt, as he builds our national park system, and Lyndon Johnson, as he signs the Civil Rights Act. So Americans who have really shaped our history.
All right, she is Callista Gingrich, the latest in the Ellis the Elephant children's book series, Hail to the Chief, which is out. And Newt Gingrich, who also joined us, of course, the former House Speaker. He's got a new novel following on his novel last year, Duplicity. The new novel released earlier this month, Treason, another spy novel of sorts. Looks very interesting. Newt and Callista Gingrich, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Great to see you. We'll see you at Anderson's in a few weeks.
Great. Very good.
Thank you. And they joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Uh-oh, Dan, there's another delivery. Turn around. Turn around. Hi. Who is it?
More donuts. All right.
We're going to have to let him in. If anyone wants to bring us food, feel free to.
Exactly.
Always bring us food.
And if, and we're not public officials, so if you're a candidate, you can bribe us.
Forecast for today. No bribing needed here because you're going to like it. There's going to be sunshine, which is good. Some high clouds. Not as warm as we're used to. A high of 53 degrees. Tonight it's going to get downright cold, a low of 37 degrees. And here's your weekend. For Game 6 of the NLCS, we're going to have partly sunny skies during the day tomorrow, a high of 60 degrees. And Sunday looks spectacular. It's going to be plenty of sunshine, warmer, a high near 70. Anything nice on the roadways? Here's Jim Talamonte with the answer.
Well, good morning, Amy. The big issue this morning on Chicago's southwest side has been a 5-alarm fire, which has 26th Street closed between Western and now California. California is open. There is access to the courthouse and the jail from the west. This fire, we're told, has been extinguished. Whenever you have a fire of this size, you always be aware there could be hotspots redeveloping. The hazmat situation secured. We do have Western blocked to 26th Rockwell also, and still some congestion and a lot of fire cleanup and investigation going on. Eden's inbound delay started at 2:08, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. To Kennedy, just 26 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The Eisenhower, 34 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 32. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the northbound tri-state, it's slow Lake Avenue to Willow with a crash in the left lane. 5 vehicles involved. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
On AM 560, The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio, Chicago's safe money specialist.
We are going to manage a portfolio to the extent where every single month, you know and you feel confident that no matter what market it is, that you don't need to play the guessing game and time the market, because it's not timing the market, it's time in the market.
Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money specialist. Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them. Right now at Feldco, get 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest until 2018. Replace your drafty old windows and say goodbye to those high heating bills once and for all. Hurry, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Halloween. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
The following is a paid political announcement.
As Americans, we have many issues to consider this election cycle. But those of us in Cook County also have the big issue of property taxes, which are driving some people out of their homes, their county, and their state.
I'm Dan Patlak, Commissioner of the Cook County Board of Review. I've worked hard to increase access to the appeal process and ensure fair assessments. Last year, more appeals were filed with the board than ever in the history of Cook County or the nation, and the Cook County Board of Review was ready. As the only Republican in a tax system controlled by the other party, I represent balance and someone who will fight for you. With over 20 years of experience in property valuation as a realtor, certified assessing officer, board analyst, township assessor, and commissioner, and with a background fighting unfair taxation and wasteful spending, I want to continue working for fair assessments on your behalf. I'm Dan Patlak, and I ask for your vote.
Dan Patlak, the qualified candidate for Cook County Board of Review, endorsed by the Chicago Tribune. Visit electpatlak.com. Paid for by citizens for Dan Patlak.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University online.
AM 560, The Answer.
I'll tell you what, Jerish Bakery, which is right down the block from us here, Arlington Heights Road in Higgins.
We're in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yes.
They know how to treat Morning Answer hosts here. I'm tweeting out at Dan Prof this spread they sent us. It's fantastic and delicious.
I'm getting a contact high just smelling it. It smells wonderful.
And I like that they're naked in their ambition too. Dan and Amy, please accept these bakery goods as an outright bribe for just a few seconds of airtime to make a PSA. And the PSA is about a meet and greet with State Representative candidate Dan Gott, Republican running for state rep in the Park Ridge, Des Plaines area. That's being hosted by Jerish Bakery this Saturday, October 22nd, between 9 and 11 a.m. Jerish Bakery right here on the corner of Arlington Heights Road and Higgins.
Good, so you're going to want to check that out.
Yes.
Check out the bakery. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, Obama's not responsible for the negative impacts of Obamacare, and you're welcome.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Chicago firefighters putting to rest a massive blaze on the city's southwest side at 25th and Rockwell. Still some traffic problems in the area. Jim Talamonte has all those details. in just a moment. An American soldier has been killed by an IED in northern Iraq, the Pentagon confirming the death, but did not give the exact location or identify that service member. It's not clear if the service member is one of the U.S. military advisors currently helping Iraqi forces. Donald Trump says yes, he will accept the results of the presidential election.
I will totally accept the results of this great and historic presidential election if I win.
Trump and Clinton showing off their comedy chops at the annual Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation in New York last night. Candidate Hillary Clinton joking about Trump refusing to say whether he'll accept results of that election.
It's amazing I'm up here after Donald. I didn't think he'd be okay with a peaceful transition of power.
Some jokes landed much better for both candidates. John Lester, 7 sharp innings. Addison Russell, a tie-breaking home run. Cubs, 1 win away from their first World Series trip in 71 years, beating the Dodgers 8-4.
Just round the bases, it was pretty exciting. Pumped up, not only for myself but for the team and the little cushion that Johnny had to go forward from that, and I felt really good.
Addison Russell, first chance at wrapping up the series and heading to the World Series comes tomorrow night in Game 6. Other news we're following this morning, DuPage County authorities are turning to DNA in their search for the parents of a newborn girl found dead over the summer. Suburban Chicago community raising the legal age to buy cigarettes and other tobacco products to 21. It's happening in Highland Park. Green Bay beat the Bears Thursday night NFL football 26-10. NBA preseason Atlanta over the Bulls 97-81. The news, a service of Napa Auto Parts. When you pick up the 99-cent reusable bag from participating Napa Auto Parts stores, you're not just getting a bag, you're getting 20% off the stuff you put inside it. That's Napa know-how. While supplies last, minimum 3 items purchased. Some restrictions apply. Offer ends 10/31/16. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes it's time to compromise.
So you can't align yourself with people who have some odious aspects to their personal life. This is the rule now from the right. One of the reasons that they win and we don't. They align themselves with anybody and march on in the crushing of America as America. But you will do it in good conscience.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Half-price Wing Tuesdays now at B-Dubs. Any size order of traditional wings costs half as much, making Tuesdays twice as good. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Valid at participating locations for a limited time.
I just love CertaPro painters. They've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro Painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro Painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA, or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
It is 6:36. Time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On Chicago's southwest side, 26th Street is closed between California and Western after that 5-alarm blaze. Western is blocked at 26th, so is Rockwell, so that's causing backups in that area. There is access to the courthouse and the jail on 26th from the west, but again, there's plenty of congestion there. Edens is 25 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose up on 23. The Kennedy has gotten heavy in a hurry. 41 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. 19 from Montrose. outbound 26 minutes. The Eisenhower 41 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 36. Stevenson 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. Ryan 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve, an earlier crash at Willow has cleared. Traffic is a service of Account Temps. The time is here now to reality check your salary expectations. Visit AccountTemps.com/salary center to see up-to-date 2017 salary forecasts, more than 400 accounting and finance rules. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sun and clouds, 53 today, 43 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
Dan and Amy, look, all right, we've got a bit of a controversy here. It's got to be said.
Okay.
Yeah. Jerish or Jarosh? The bakery in Elk Grove Village. George from Elk Grove Village says it's Jarosh,
No,
like Oshkosh. Jarosh.
No. I'm on hold right now, waiting for the owner.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to to the music, and they're saying Jerish.
Yeah, I thought it was Jerish.
Jerish Bakery. They
Jerish
use all
Jarosh?
fresh ingredients, homemade butter.
Yeah. Well, I can taste it. It's great. See, they sent us a bunch of donuts because they're hosting a meet and greet with the state representative candidate Dan Gott this Saturday between 9 and 11 at their facility on the corner of Arlington Heights Road and Higgins in Elk Grove Village. Dan Gott run a Republican candidate for state representative in Northwest Suburban Cook here.
I'm getting a contact high just by
the cinnamon
all
donut
this
holes are great.
Fresh bakery. All right, you know what? Give me a cinnamon.
Oh, really?
Hole or donut hole, whatever you call these things.
Amy does only eats kale, so this is a momentous event.
I'm going to pee on the floor. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh,
See what you're missing? Come on.
Is this how the other half lives?
Join us, fat middle-aged guys. Eat your donut holes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is good.
Oh, see? See what you're missing? See what kind with the ascetic life you lead? All right, Jerish or Jarosh, the debate rate.
It's Jerish. Okay.
Obamacare. It came up in the debate, kind of, sort of. It has not been as pronounced an issue in this campaign as you might expect, given how unpopular it continues to be. And President Obama went down to Miami, give a speech on the topic because it is still unpopular and you have premiums that are spiking. We talked about on this show, 52% premium increase approved for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, their preferred PPO plan.
I know a lot of people who are, being treated for various parts, cancer. See, I ate that donut. Now I can't speak English.
Yes.
What else is new? No, and they had to leave their doctors, and that was the main thing. Is Obama kept saying you can keep your doctors, and that was all a lie.
From C. Stephen Tucker's blog, healthinsurancementors.com, one of our experts in the area.
He's the best.
The first American to read the Affordable Health Care Act from cover to cover. He's read
In 10 minutes it took him?
No, but he's read it more times than most members of Congress, which is to say once. He writes a recent blog post. This November 1, 2016, first day of the third national Obamacare open enrollment period. It's going to be the most challenging yet, not only because we have so few health insurers to choose from, but also because residents in states like Illinois and a handful of others are now seeing annual premium increases of 50 to 93%. They are the highest annual renewal increase in recorded history. So that $2,500 premium reduction for a family of four that was promised by the one doesn't seem like it's coming to pass. In Illinois, C. Stephen Tucker recounts, we now have 17 fewer health insurance carriers to choose from than we did before Obamacare. We're down to 3 major carriers in Illinois. Aetna, their company Coventry, United Healthcare, and their company Harkin Health, and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, which I just mentioned. Of those 3 carriers, only one is offering subsidized plans on the exchange, United Healthcare Harkin pulled out of nearly every state exchange in the country. Aetna Coventry is pulled out of 11 of the state exchanges, including ours. So you can still buy Aetna, Coventry, United Healthcare, and Harkin health plans, but you cannot get a subsidy to lower the premiums even if you qualify. That's what's happening for Obamacare. The narrowing of the network, the reduction in choice, and the spike in price. And against that backdrop, you have President Obama go down to Miami.
And he spoke about himself in the third person, right? Because that's, if you want to be effective, that's the way you go.
All those things that C. Stephen Tucker has detailed, none of it's Obama's fault, and you're welcome.
You're getting better quality even though you don't know that Obamacare is doing it. Thanks, Obama.
When he patted himself on the back. Thanks, Obama, when he gave himself a big hug.
Is that
squeezer?
I wonder, is that what's happening to you? You're getting better quality? And do we owe President Obama a big thanks, Obama? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 646-360-A, turnkey.pro text line. That wasn't all. So there's the thank you that we owe him.
Yeah.
Because the better care that you're getting.
Did he high-five himself, too?
I didn't see that. Usually he keeps
cool, man.
He keeps Arnie Duncan around to be the high fiver designee and to rebound for him.
Right.
But Obama went on too to make sure you understand that these externalities that I just discussed, that's not his fault.
Now, some people may say, well, I've seen my copays go up or my networks have changed. But these are decisions that are made by your employers. It's not because of Obamacare. They're not determined by the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, that's such a disingenuous statement.
Well, it's just a lie.
He's either ignorant or he just doesn't understand the central planning folly that Obamacare is. So they're determined by your employer in the context of the incentive structure and the strictures imposed by Obamacare. You think that this is happening with no connection to Obamacare and the legal regime governing health insurance in this country? Come on. Does anybody believe that? I mean, are we? This is what the left counts on, by the way. The complete inability to connect dots, where you can have the commissar stand up there and say the totalitarian regime, the backdoor takeover of health insurance that I initiated with Obamacare. That's what we did. Here's the superstructure. Now, how employers try and operate within that superstructure and those mandates, well, that has nothing to do with me. That's their choices. There's their choices based on the limited choices that you've provided them to select from. I mean, come on. Come on. Connect the dots, people. And then Obama, too. You know, hey, look, there's nothing wrong with it. You owe me a thank you. The bad stuff isn't my fault. And it needs to be improved. I mean, it's like talking. I mean, this is the Chicago Democrat rhetorical line of attack. It's like when I talked to Steve Brown, Mike Madigan's spokesman for 30 years. Everything that is wrong with Illinois, all of the data that points up the problems with the big ticket systems in state government, the quality of life, the cost of living in Illinois, everything you point to, the safety, public safety. Look. Three things, three answers. And this is kind of what Obama's doing here. It's not as bad as you think. We're working on it. There's plenty of blame to go around. The people in charge are never to blame because there's plenty of blame to go around. You're overstating how bad it is because I can point to anecdotal benefits and beneficiaries. And we're working on it. And I'm still willing to work on it to continue to improve it, to perfect it, to immanentize the eschaton, to create utopia on earth. And that's where Obama goes.
So what's the problem? Why is there still such a fuss? Well, part of the problem is the fact that a Democratic president named Barack Obama passed the law.
Yeah. His name was typed.
Yeah. And that's just the truth. I mean, I worked really, really hard to engage Republicans, took Republican ideas that originally they had praised, said, let's work together to get this done. And when they just refused to do anything, we said, all right, we're going to have to do it with Democrats. And
Yeah.
that's what we did.
Yep. When they refused to sign on to a backdoor government takeover of the health insurance market, I said, okay, it's just me and my central planning friends from the Democrat Party. They're going to have to do it. I mean, this is the sophistry of Obama that we've gotten used to, the straw man arguments. And as I just said, the way that the Chicago Democrats have all been trained to speak about the catastrophes they create. But so he goes on to say, you can call it Paul Ryan care. You can call it Reagan care if you want. I just want it to be improved.
Please.
Come on. I mean, is that your experience with Obamacare? Really? Is that your reaction to Obamacare? Do you buy what the president is selling there? Let's go to Julia in Burlington. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Well, I am kind of the typical poster child for the reality of Obamacare, and I have been able to keep my plan through Blue Cross Blue Shield. I'm a single parent, and my ex-husband insures my children, so part of my teaching job in multiple parts of the state, my salary has always included insurance coverage that I didn't have to pay for. So now, as of the beginning of this school year, I get to keep my same Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO for $140 a month.
Okay.
So my point just being that Obamacare, everything that people say about, oh, but it's free health care, it's going to be great. Everything that's free is typically garbage. And years ago, my ex-husband was losing some jobs, and we were on food stamps and public aid for a period of time. I took my little boy for kindergarten to get his eyes checked at our eye doctor, and we're halfway through the exam, and they knock on the door, and we're like, oh, I'm so sorry, you're going to have to leave. We don't accept public aid.
Right.
And Obamacare, give it not much longer, and everybody says, oh, free is great. And Hillary, let's do free college. Let's do free education. Let's do free. I've taught my kids for years. Nothing is ever free. Somebody, somewhere, has to pay for it. And the quality of the product that you get for free is crap.
Yeah, thanks.
So I'm just breathing in for your reality check that, yeah, it's real. And now for my same doctor and my same health plan, I'm paying $140 a month, where before I didn't pay for it. It was included in my salary.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Julie, and your sharing your experience. That's great.
Stay strong, girlfriend.
Well, and remember Clinton's solution, at least Bill Clinton's, push everybody into Medicaid.
Right.
That's what Julie is talking about with the eye exam.
That'll work well. Yeah.
Vignette that she shared. Oh man, Steve in Naperville. Oh, Steve in Naperville.
I've got a physician background, so I've got an insight on this. This regulation issue always squeezes out the little guy because only the big people can tolerate the regulations. So we've seen only the big insurance companies continue to provide services. But for physicians, all of the small practices have disappeared. If you're looking around, you can now see that all the small private practices have been bought by hospitals.
Yeah, getting
and
rolled
all
up.
of the independent individual physicians have now all been gone into medical groups. I used to practice in Naperville, and I was squeezed out because the hospitals were buying up other practices, and they changed the referral environment.
What about the prospect? What about the prospects of people going into medicine?
There are still wonderful, idealistic people that are moving into medicine because they want to help people. I'm at Sinai, and we are a teaching institution, and we have got a great residency program, and I'm really proud of the people that come along. They do see more loans that they've higher cost of going into medicine. There is less ability to go into practices which may be more altruistic because the large amount of money that you have to now take out as a loan is hard to pay off if you're going to go into research, for example. So there are still people that go into medicine. They are wonderful people that go into medicine, but they are seeing financial constraints they haven't had before.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Steve. Appreciate your perspective. And I just fear that what's going to happen is the same thing that happened to good teachers that go into terrible public school systems, and they get the idealism and the talent beat right out of them. That's what I fear happening with the government takeover of the health insurance and how essentially unionizing doctors. Chris and Wilmette.
Good morning. I am my own employer, and every year when I go to shop for insurance for my family, the networks are narrower, the premiums are higher, the deductibles are higher. And so it's really disingenuous for Obama to say that it's the employer's
Yeah, thanks for the call, Chris. Bill in Norridge.
Morning, Dan, Amy. How are you?
Morning.
Good.
Obama is right. We do owe him something. We owe him the middle finger salute. The whole premise was a lie. If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. You like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Your premiums go down by $2,500. It's a lie. My wife and I have the least expensive Obama plan. The premiums have gone up every year. They're supposed to go up 40 to 50% in Illinois this year. We have a $6,000 deductible.
Oh.
So we cannot even afford to go to the hospital. God forbid something happens. So that's the reality of the situation as far as I can see.
Thanks, Bill.
And I just feel sick for all those people who have cancer who had United Healthcare or bought on the Exchange Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. They cannot go to Rush, University of Chicago, or Northwestern unless they buy a different plan. Then they can go see their own doctor. But the deductible is insane like that is.
Or unless you're John Stroger. Mike on the north side.
Good morning. Obamacare has really worked out for my neighbor. She's 84, her cat's 18, and now they're going to the same doctor veterinarian. Neither one of them needs the morning after pill. So this is what happens when you have a socialist come up with health plans and then the life plans. I think the last one that worked out this badly, his name was Adolf. Have a good morning.
All right, Mike, thanks.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. Jim Beam workers vote today whether to end their strike. Mortgage rates are up again, and Hyundai announces another recall. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
Today's the day striking Jim Beam workers, 250 of them at 2 Kentucky distilleries, will vote on a new contract offer aimed at ending a week-long walkout. The United Food and Commercial Workers Union gave the company's new proposal to members last evening. A private equity firm has invested more than $146 million in Utz Foods, a Pennsylvania snack food company. Utz makes Zapp's potato chips and other snack foods. Long-term U.S. mortgage rates are up again. Freddie Mac says the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is now up to 3.52%, while 15-year fixed rates are averaging 2.79%. Hyundai is recalling mid-size Sonatas from model years 2015 and 2016 because their glass sunroofs can come loose and fly into traffic. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Keith Peters for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, if you have, you're in luck. For this month only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second one free, but you'll also receive my favorite 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows. So you're actually getting 4 pillows for the price of 1. It is the best offer ever. You know, nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma. So it is a great health investment. And the best part is you will sleep better. I guarantee it. And so do they. 60-day full money-back guarantee. So visit MyPillow.com, click the Radio Listener Special tab, and use the promo code Amy. Again, 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of 1. Or call 800-489-0201, mention the Radio Listener Special, and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
The following is a paid political announcement.
As Americans, we have many issues to consider this election cycle. But those of us in Cook County also have the big issue of property taxes, which are driving some people out of their homes, their county, and their state.
I'm Dan Patlak, Commissioner of the Cook County Board of Review. I've worked hard to increase access to the appeal process and ensure fair assessments. Last year, more appeals were filed with the board than ever in the history of Cook County or the nation, and the Cook County Board of Review was ready. As the only Republican in a tax system controlled by the other party, I represent balance and someone who will fight for you. With over 20 years of experience in property valuation as a realtor, certified assessing officer, board analyst, township assessor, and commissioner, and with a background fighting unfair taxation and wasteful spending, I want to continue working for fair assessments on your behalf. I'm Dan Patlak, and I ask for your vote.
Dan Patlak, the qualified candidate for Cook County Board of Review, endorsed by the Chicago Tribune. Visit electpatlak.com. Paid for by citizens for Dan Patlak.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Here are the stories we're watching for you this morning on AM 560. Cubs beat the Dodgers to take an NLCS lead. A former law clerk accused of posing as a judge is indicted. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He's sat between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
Probably the iciest place on the planet.
Cardinal Timothy Dolan at an annual charity dinner where the candidates needled each other, poked fun at themselves, even shook hands. Fox's Tanya J. Powers live here in New York.
Well, last night's Alfred Smith Memorial Foundation dinner was more like a celebrity roast. Trump aimed at Clinton.
Here she is tonight, in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
And she returned the favor.
Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4. Maybe a 5 if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair.
It's expected to be the last time the two share a stage before the election, Dave.
Tanya, all joking aside, for the next 18 days.
Today, like we'll see, until the election, both campaigns are all over the swing states, with Donald Trump in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, while Hillary Clinton holds an early voting event in Cleveland, Ohio.
Fox's Garrett Tenney. House Republicans are planning a hearing after the election into allegations the State Department tried to declassify a Hillary Clinton email amid the probe into her using a private server as Secretary of State. They're asking the FBI director to turn over all related documents by next Thursday. There's another death blamed on those faulty Takata airbags, the 11th in the U.S., this in California.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration confirms a 50-year-old woman died after a car wreck in Riverside County, California last month. She was driving a 2001 Honda Civic that had been included in what's become the largest auto recall in U.S. history.
Fox's Kathleen Maloney. Honda says it sent 20 notices to the car's owner, but it was never repaired. An Ohio man gets 17 years in prison over a donation he made to the Salvation Army. He gave him a tote bag, but left something incriminating inside. Photos of him sexually assaulting a toddler. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Chicago firefighters have put out a massive blaze Good morning. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560. The answer, it is 44 degrees. Chicago Police and Fire tell us crews were called out early this morning to douse an industrial blaze. It was a 5-alarm fire near 25th and Rockwell. No injuries reported so far. There still is a presence on the streets near 26th and California. Jim Telemonti in our AM 560 Traffic Center with the very latest in just a moment. Cub fans celebrating this morning thanks to John Lester's 7 sharp innings and Addison Russell's tie-breaking home run in an 8-4 win over the Dodgers. Russell says it was great to hit the go-ahead run in the 6th.
Just rounding the bases, it was pretty exciting. Pumped up, not only for myself but for the team and the little cushion that Johnny had to go forward from that, and I felt really good.
First, a chance to make a run at the World Series comes tomorrow night in Game 6 when Dodger ace Clayton Kershaw faces Major League ERA leader Kyle Hendricks. Illinois election officials insist recent hacking into our state's voter rolls is not a threat to the November 8 election. Election General Counsel Ken Menzel says the cyber attack on Illinois' database prompted more anxiety than anything else. Some 90,000 names may have been viewed by hackers out of 8 million names of active Illinois registered voters. And do you prefer Chicago's Benny the Bull or Boston's Wally the Green Monster? Well, those are among the choices you will have as the Mascot Hall of Fame announces its ballot for 6 candidates at a groundbreaking ceremony today in Northwest Indiana. Did you know there was a Mascot Hall of Fame in Whiting, Indiana, home to Pierogi Fest in July? Today, 10 pro and 7 collegiate mascots have been inducted, but not all mascots are eligible for the hall, just the fully costumed kind. Green Bay beat the Bears 26-10. Kyle Long left with an arm injury. Brian Hoyer, the quarterback, a broken arm. NBA, Atlanta over the Bulls in Nebraska, 97-81. The news service of Staples with low prices on ink toner and printers. The redesigned lightning-fast HP OfficeJet Pro is now at Staples, and you can save up to $100 for a limited time. See store or staples.com for details. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Staples, make more happen. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity gives you a free lesson on the economy.
Corporations do not pay taxes.
Well, what do you mean, Hannity? They got to pay something. Everyone's got to pay their fair share.
When they build the product or they provide the service, and let's say the government taxes them at a high rate, what do you think they are going to do? They're going to pass the tax charges on to you.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production.
I vote to keep it going.
With the right policies,
we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs,
opportunity, and economic growth for our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election,
I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us
and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
You're listening to the sound of an actual heart beating outside of a human body. Thanks to modern technology, a doctor can now keep a donor heart beating until it's ready to be transplanted into its recipient. Yet if our doctor wanted to transfer a phone call from her desk phone to her cell, she couldn't, because her phone system can't do that. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabout-time.
7:06. Let's check our roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Jim Telemonti this morning.
Thanks, Mike. On the southwest side, that five-alarm fire is out, though there are still some hot spots. So 26th remains closed between California and Western. Western Avenue also closed at 26th, so is Rockwell. There is access to 26th in California, but a lot of equipment, a lot of congestion in that area. Glenview, southbound Milwaukee Avenue is closed. Sanders to Glenview Road, a car hit a pedestrian. There are closures at 59 and Schick Road in Bartlett due to a crash. Eden's inbound, 29 minutes. Lycook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy, 51 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Eisenhower's a 48-minute drive from Thorndale to the Post Office, outbound 40. Stevenson, 45 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow going Archer to 47th, and from Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Veterans Memorial, heavy Maple to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, a blend of sun and clouds, high of 54. Then for tonight, it will be partly cloudy, freezing temperatures in some colder spots, a low 36. Partial sunshine for tomorrow with a high of 16, a low 43. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
43 at O'Hare. It's 41 this morning in Aurora. And your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
High fly ball in the center. The shortstop Russell. A big one. Two-run shot. 3-1 Chicago in the sixth.
Tonight, let's embrace the spirit of the evening. Let's come together, remember what unites us, and just rip on Ted Cruz.
Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. It's fantastic. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech, and people get on her case.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Speak.
A long time ago in 1908, the Chicago Cubs made their fans smile. I think this year we have the chance. We are good, it's not happenstance. We'd be happy for the first time in a while. Last October we thought we'd do it. Against the Mets we win and blew it. Bad news again, we get it. By spring we'd all forget it. I definitely remember that I cried along with everyone on the north side. But something tells me deep inside this year the curse could die.
Yeah.
So bye, curse of 45. Drive a goat on up to Wrigley and we'll let it inside. These good old boys are gonna give it a try, singing this could be the year the curse dies. It's a pretty good tribute to Don McLean's there.
Wonderful.
How about that? Michelle McGuire is the singer. Now, I would note for the record, as a
Yes, sir.
non-Cubs fan, that
you're starting to come over to the dark side.
they are in the exact same position they were in 2003.
Oh, I know. The next two games are critical, and it's gonna be fine, Dan. Don't be putting your hate on us.
That's one of the signs of the apocalypse if they win the World Series. The other could be a Hillary election. I think famine and pestilence wouldn't be too far behind. But for more on whether or not the world will end in the next 2 weeks, we're joined by Bret Baier, of course, the host of Special Report at Fox News Channel, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday, and Special Report on Sundays, 7 p.m. Chicago time. Bret, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Don't count your
It's
Cubbies.
People are already buying World Series tickets.
I understand.
Nothing to see here.
So your colleague Chris Wallace, who moderated the last debate, did a fine job corralling everyone as a professional that he is. A lot of good questions answered, good exchanges, substantive answers on a lot of policy areas. The post-debate analysis I was interested in, your exchange with Bill Burton, a former Obama spokesman, and just the unwillingness of the left to concede that there is anything to see there with the Clinton Foundation.
Hillary leaned into it in the debate, and they just continue kind of dismissing any legitimate questions, any news stories about it. Apparently, they think that they can kind of run out the clock on this issue, it seems to me. Is that a fair read?
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of like, Star Wars, where they say, these are not the drones you're seeking. I mean, they just want to move past it. And they are plowing through it. She did not answer the question that Chris posed twice. And, there are serious conflicts, obviously. And we are getting more emails that show even more. And the dollar amounts are greater as time goes on here, as we're learning from those emails. So I don't think that the trouble is done with the foundation. The issue is that she's not seeing the challenge that traditionally a candidate that vulnerable would see from the other side of the aisle.
Where do you? I'm watching the scroll right now on Fox News. It said she got. Is it $1.2 million for a speech she gave in Morocco, or $12 million?
12 million.
And that's from WikiLeaks. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, I mean, there is each one of these little transactions has its own story, and what do they get for it? And some people want access. Some people want a meeting. Other people want something else, and it all funnels through this foundation. Now, do they do nice, great things around the world? Yes, but they also fund the travel and staff of the Clintons, and I think you're going to see more of this reporting as we get more details.
Excuse me, you did that hour special back last year. In conjunction with Peter Schweitzer in his book Clinton Cash, where you really followed all of these separate stories, separate interests, different countries, different regimes around the world. And it was a great hour special. Are you surprised, maybe it's because some of these stories have some level of complication and texture to them, that the stories that you detailed in conjunction with Clinton Cash have not been more prominent in this election?
Yeah. I mean, listen, there is a clear lack of digging in on that side of the ledger, and that's just cut and dry. You're right. Some of these stories are very complicated. It's much like Benghazi was. You had to tell the story every time you started to do it. Remember this, X, Y, and Z. And, I don't think we're done. It's, 18 days. I think you're going to see a few more of these stories, but largely this train has left the station, and we'll see, how it all ends up. I think the real question is about the balance of power and whether Republicans are going to hold on to the Senate.
Well, we need audio or video to have a story that compels large segments of the population, it appears. And we have video. We have James O'Keefe's videos. We had two dominoes fall as a result of those videos. Scott Foval and Bob Kramer, convicted felon husband of Calamity Jan Schakowsky here in Illinois. I do love saying it. Both of those individuals are left-wing grassroots organizers who were contracted with DNC and the Hillary campaign, who Kramer visited the White House some 342 times. Does that story have legs? I have seen some other cable news channels not named Fox pick it up, and I just wonder if you think that story may have legs the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I do. I think, especially if there's, more development, I think you're right. Once you have video of somebody saying something, it's harder to dismiss. I mean, they try by saying that James O'Keefe has edited video before, but these videos are pretty straightforward, and there's a lot of reaction to them.
Now, do you think there's going to be more James O'Keefe videos that he's going to be bringing out as we get closer to the election?
It sounds like it. I don't know. I don't have a inside track on his operation, but it sounds like there will be more. I think they did this for a year, looking at these different groups. And listen, they're trying to distance themselves from these folks. It's pretty tough when you have somebody that shows up at the White House and has 40 meetings with President Obama, and 342 times he's at the White House. I mean, it's not exactly like he's ostracized from the Democratic Party.
Right. Now, on the other side, Gloria Allred trotted out another Trump accuser yesterday. And I wonder if you think perhaps the left is seeing diminishing marginal returns to this line of attack against Trump.
I think so. It's starting to get baked in the cake. Obviously, each one of these allegations is serious, and you have to take it at face value. But as far as the political impact, I think 9 or 11, roughly the political impact is the same.
All right. So last night was the Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation dinner, to raise money for Catholic charities. Have you been to one of those events?
There.
Oh, you were? Okay. So was it as intense as it felt? Because I was watching it on my little iPhone there and watching the Cubs at the same time. But was it, it seemed like at times there was no laughing matter.
It was awkward.
Really?
It was, both of them started out very funny, but then they got to a point where both of them turned and, got pretty pointed politically. Trump, perhaps more than Secretary Clinton. And they lost the room. And
really?
It was awkward.
Well, what were they? And they shook hands at the end, so that was good. But they were talking to each other. Dolan obviously sitting between them. Do you have any idea?
It's Cardinal Dolan.
Cardinal Dolan, excuse me. What they were talking about?
No, I don't. But Dolan said that Cardinal Dolan said that he was sitting in between the iciest relationship, that he can remember.
The most uncomfortable dinner Cardinal Dolan has ever had to endure. That does not surprise me.
Unbelievable.
Well, the awkwardness of the room too is because people are there for good-natured barbs back and forth, and so it went from funny to serious, and that's not what people anticipate at that dinner, right?
We have this dinner in D.C. It's the Gridiron Dinner, and it's you have speeches that singe but don't burn.
Right.
Well, this was a 4-alarm fire.
Was that bad?
And that seems only appropriate given this campaign. He's Brett Baer, host of Fox News Special Report, weekdays 5 p.m., Sundays 7 p.m. Brett, thanks as always for joining us.
Have a good
Appreciate
day.
it.
And he joined us at our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
And keep us on because we're going to be playing those icy and comical moments from last night's Al Smith dinner. Coming up next, hey, weather-wise, we're going to have a blend of sun and clouds, some thick cloud coverage right now. And a high of just 53 degrees, so it's cold out there. Tonight, a low of 37. And your weekend looks like this, Cub fans. Saturday, it's going to be partly sunny, a high of 60 degrees. And if we need to play on Sunday, it's going to be even warmer, plenty of sunshine, a high near 70 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Southwest side 26th remains closed between California and Western after a 5-alarm fire. Firefighters still battling some hot spots. Glenview south on Milwaukee Avenue is closed. Sanders to Glenview Road after a collision involving a pedestrian. Eden's 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose up on 25. The Kennedy heavy all the way now. 54 minutes. O'Hare to downtown up on 37. The Eisenhower's 48 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop up on 40. Stevenson 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive up on 41. Ryan 35 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State very slow. Archer to 47th and from the Reagans all the way to the Grand Avenue curve. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter. Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
It's a jungle out there. You've neglected the lawn and landscaping. You didn't mean to. It was a busy summer. You had a ton of projects to take care of around the house and barely got half of them finished. Well, there's good news. It's not too late to get your outdoor areas taken care of. Get the professionals that have been beautifying outdoor areas in Chicagoland for over 37 years. Academ Lawn and Garden. Maybe you didn't know fall is a great time to plant your trees, shrubs, and even perennial plants. The temperatures are cooler and it's easier to get established for next year's plants and growing season. Academ Lawn and Garden can get your property in shape so you can enjoy the yard of your dreams after the long Chicago winter. Plus, there's still plenty of time to clean and repair your brick pavers, sidewalks, patio, driveway, and retaining walls. Academ Lawn and Garden designs and installs with Unilock paver products. For yard and landscape maintenance to full-scale landscape design, call the professionals at Academ Lawn and Garden for a fall consultation. 630-961-2521. Online at academlawnandgarden.com.
October is Glocktober at Schrank Smoke & Gun. For every Glock firearm purchased, you'll receive 3 free gifts, including a Glock 4 pistol range bag, a Glock bench mat, and a box of range ammo valued at $80. What a deal! Schrank's has dozens of Glock models in stock, from the Glock 42 and 380 ACP to the Glock 20 and 10 millimeter. And with the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax with just a short drive north. For gunsmithing, you know you can count on family-owned Schranks. Take advantage of Schrank's special Glocktober sale by purchasing a Glock and receiving your free gifts. And cigar lovers, be sure to stock up from Schrank's humidors. Visit smoke_gun.org or call 847-662-4034. That's 847-662-4034. Schrank Smoke & Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so we were just talking to Bret Baier and the Al Smith dinner last night with Hillary and Trump. It's an annual affair, and it's a 4-year must for presidential candidates in the run-up to the election, where they, are supposed to give kind of good-natured, barbed, comedic speeches that lampoon their opponent. And Bret Baier characterizing Cardinal Dolan, sitting between Trump and Hillary as one of the iciest dinners he's ever endured. Cardinal Dolan also contributed to it, and rightfully so, in advance of last night's dinner, suggesting that Hillary owes Catholics an apology.
Are just extraordinarily patronizing and insulting to Catholics. If it had been said about the Jewish community, if it had been said about the Islamic community, within 10 minutes there would have been an apology and a complete distancing from those remarks. Hasn't happened yet. I'm hoping that she's going to distance herself from these very insulting remarks of her chief of staff.
Talking about the spiteful Podesta emails, of course.
And Donald Trump wasted no time talking about that, and that was one of his first trying to have a zinger there.
Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
Yeah, I like it.
Ooh, that didn't sit well with people.
Well, it wasn't a joke. Because it's not funny, but it's true.
It is true, and he tried to be funny. I felt like as if I was watching one of his campaign rallies, It's kind of the same tone.
Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. how corrupt you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission.
I mean, that wasn't funny. All right, here's a funny.
And then he picked it up.
Yes, here's a
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me."
That's a good line.
That was funny. Yeah, wait, there might be more. Hold on. And dramatic pause. Oh, I'm not going to wait for it. But he did. Not he had one other funny.
Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. It's fantastic. They think she's absolutely great. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech. And people get on her case.
That was good. And then Melania stood up. Then he talked, Hillary, she deceives people. I want to hear what you think of this one.
Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. That's okay. I don't know who they're angry at, Hillary. You're right. Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them.
The boo birds are out.
And Hillary,
Yawn.
I know, but Hillary, I thought she was funny. I really did. Here, just take a little listen.
But Donald really is as healthy as a horse. The one Vladimir Putin rides around on.
Lame. Keep going. Lame next.
Lame, all right.
People look at the Statue of Liberty and they see a proud symbol of our history as a nation of immigrants, a beacon of hope for people around the world. Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4. Maybe a 5 if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair.
That was a good one. That was funny.
And this is because, you always make fun of her for her little nappies. She has to take a nap.
This is such a special event that I took a break from my rigorous nap schedule to be here. And as you've already heard, it's a treat for all of you, too, because usually I charge a lot for speeches like this.
Yeah.
That is funny. Okay, you're going to laugh at this one. I know you will.
Your sense of humor. I mean, it's just difficult.
Well, you know what? You just shoved a donut down my mouth. I can't even function. Yeah. All right, ready? This is funny. Okay?
I am so flattered that Donald thought I used some sort of performance enhancer. Now, actually, I did. It's called preparation.
Zing.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. We're the 33-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. We have so many wonderful clients, but with me today is someone very special.
Hi, I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA. We are a nonprofit student organization battling the bias and indoctrination in America's high schools and colleges every day. We are on over 1,000 campuses and continue to grow. Precision Payroll has been there since day one and has helped us immensely as we grew to a truly national organization. No one in the business is better than Precision Payroll. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Charlie. What you're doing is so important. To learn more and help, go to tpusa.com. That's tpusa.com.
And for your business, let Precision Payroll make a difference for you. Call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or online at precisionpayroll.com.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hey, looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to do what I did and call David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. Bev was self-employed when she called to refinance last year, but couldn't because she didn't make any money. Bev closed her business, secured a salaried job, and then called again to pay off $50,000 of credit card debt she accumulated by keeping her business afloat. David helped Bev do a cash-out refinance, which eliminated her debt and reduced her payment by over $2,000 a month. Wow. You know, a lot of listeners think you have to wait 6 months after securing a job to get a mortgage. Wrong. If you were self-employed prior to securing a salaried job, you can secure a mortgage immediately upon securing a salaried job. So if you're receiving a salary after being self-employed and would like to pay off debt to lower your monthly payments like Bev did, then call David now. 312-751-1333 or just visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of WIND listeners, but guess what? He can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 RMLA, NMLS 19186. Phew. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Bob Creamer responds to being separated from his job at 7:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go with all the latest news from here at home and around the world. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, fire crews remain at the scene of a massive blaze on Chicago's southwest side. Crews were called out early this morning to douse a factory fire near 25th and Rockwell. We're hearing 2 firefighters have been hospitalized for heat exhaustion, but no other injuries. John Lester's 7 sharp innings of work. Addison Russell, a go-ahead home run. Cubs over the Dodgers, 8-4. Cubs grab a 3-2 NLCS advantage, and they come home for a contest. Game 6 tomorrow night. Kyle Hendricks takes on Clayton Kershaw. Donald Trump says he totally will accept the results of the election on November 8th if he wins. Trump on the stump in Ohio ahead of last night's Al Smith charity gala in New York, where Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump took turns roasting each other and others. Trump saying he's starting to like Rosie O'Donnell.
After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore. In fact, I'm actually starting to like Rosie a lot.
Hillary Clinton joking that Trump is healthy as a horse.
But Donald really is as healthy as a horse. You know, the one Vladimir Putin rides around on.
She also was able to laugh at herself, telling the audience she usually charges a lot for those type of speeches. Former NSA contractor accused of stealing classified information will be in federal court today. In a filing released in the case of Harold Martin, federal prosecutors call the scope of that crime breathtaking. An American soldier has been killed by an IED in northern Iraq. The Pentagon confirming the death, but unable to give the exact location or identity of that soldier. The Defense Department has identified a U.S. soldier from Illinois and an Army civilian employee from Oklahoma as those killed in an attack this week in Afghanistan's capital of Kabul. Military says in a statement, 26-year-old Sergeant Douglas Rinney of Fairview was killed in Kabul from wounds received encountering hostile enemy forces. Social service providers want the Illinois Supreme Court to intervene in their legal battle to force immediate payment on state contracts. The Pay Now Illinois Coalition filed that request on Thursday. And a suburban Chicago community is raising the legal age to buy cigarettes and other tobacco products to 21. Highland Park wants to increase the minimum age from 18, the first community in Lake County to consider the increase. Green Bay beat the Bears 26-10 last night. NBA preseason, Atlanta over the Bulls 97-81. The news, a service of Staples with low prices on ink, toner, and printers. The redesigned lightning-fast HP Office Jet Pro is now at Staples. And you can save up to $100 for a limited time. See store or staples.com for details. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Staples, make more happen. 7:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes it's time to compromise.
So you can't align yourself with people who have some odious aspects to their personal life. This is the rule now from the right. One of the reasons that they win and we don't. They align themselves with anybody and march on in the crushing of America as America. But you will do it in good conscience.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Half-price Wing Tuesdays now at B-Dubs. Any size order of traditional wings costs half as much, making Tuesdays twice as good. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Valid at participating locations for a limited time.
The following is a paid announcement.
Since 1983, Illinois has had 6 governors, more than 200 state senators, and more than 500 state representatives. But one man has remained. For more than 30 years, Illinois has had one Speaker of the House, Michael Madigan. Known as the King of Illinois, Madigan is the most powerful politician the state has ever seen. Now, a new documentary film is taking an unprecedented look at the Speaker's power and influence. More than 1 million Illinoisans have already watched the trailer for Madigan, Power, Privilege, Politics. Illinois' political machine doesn't want you to see this film, but we're bringing it to theaters across the state. Illinoisans deserve to know that without term limits, one man has taken total control of our democracy. Tickets are going fast. To watch the trailer and reserve your seat at a documentary screening near you, go to michaelmadigan.com today. That's michaelmadigan.com. You don't want to miss this.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
7:38. Let's check the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Firefighters still battling some hot spots on the southwest side. 26th remains closed between California and Western. Antioch Deep Lake Road closed between Depot and 173 with a crash. There are closures in Glenview, Milwaukee, and Sanders after a collision involving a pedestrian. The Edens is 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. Kennedy, now 1 hour. From O'Hare to downtown, outbound it's 37 minutes. The Eisenhower, 48 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 40. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Bryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. About Tri-States, though, 95th to 47th. The Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Traffic is a service of Napa Auto Parts. With quality parts and more than 90 years of experience, Napa Auto Parts can help you keep just about anything on the road. Stop by your local Napa store and keep it running longer, stronger with Napa know-how. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. We'll have a blend of sun and clouds today. We'll top out at 53, and there may be some freezing temps below 32 in the western suburbs tonight. For high school football, in general, a low of 37. 44 right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Bob Creamer, what'd you say?
Just yelled out his last name.
Yeah.
Creamer.
Yeah.
What a gross last name. And his first wife's name was Day.
Day Creamer. So, Creamer of Creamer, Bush, Wiener, and Bone, a talent agency they're opening in the San Fernando Valley.
I thought it was a law firm, but I like the talent agency better.
And the
Creamer,
location is
Bone,
important.
Bush, and Wiener.
Bob Creamer is the convicted felon husband of Calamity Jan Schakowsky.
Yeah, there it is.
Ring the bell.
Ding, ding,
Duck
ding.
drop.
Dan's favorite comment.
And he was caught on tape by James O'Keefe, these undercover videos, inciting violence and suborning voter fraud. So he was unlocked from his position, and he responded to the Sun-Times, of course, friendly audience, trying to explain away what happened, explain his role. He was being paid $42,000 a month.
A month?
To cover the equivalent of 7 or 8 full-time workers, according to Creamer. And that was a contract with the DNC. And there's also...
so for the DNC and to come out and say he has nothing to do with us is all another lie.
Yes. Ugh. There's also emails that were discovered from WikiLeaks' previous DNC leaks, which seem to confirm the DNC's involvement with the incitement to violence. There is a email from Louis Miranda, the comm director for the DNC, to set up a conference call, Rapid Response, which perfectly aligns with Aaron Black, real name Aaron Minter, his involvement in the incitement to violence at Trump Pence events, and Aaron Black, a.k.a. Aaron Minter, is one of Creamer's associates. So there's a lot of corroborating evidence, in addition to Creamer's own statements on those videos, in addition to Scott Foval's own statements on those videos.
How's Scott Foval handling that he's not with Bob Creamer anymore?
I don't know.
On a day-to-day basis.
I know.
Because he had a little, almost like a bromance going on.
I think he wishes he did.
He really loved him.
There's also a female activist in the Project Veritas action video. This is the O'Keefe video, identified as Zulema Rodriguez. She told one of O'Keefe's undercover reporters that she had a hand in organizing Trump protests at the rally at the UIC Pavilion last March, that ultimately where that event got shut down. Creamer said of her, she was organizing anti-Trump protests around UIC, but she wasn't working for him at the time. Now,
really?
That's
great plausible deniability right there.
Just to restate, he was also asked, in the Sun-Times back and forth, 340 visits to the White House since 2009.
Yeah.
40 visits with the President of the United States since that time.
What did he say?
The Obama White House has regular meetings of progressive organizations every week. Lots of people go, including me.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
I want a better answer. I want the truth.
Foval told the AP the scheme to cast legitimate organizing activities as a sinister plot is nothing but a ruse. I mean, they're just doing the flat denial. This is the Planned Parenthood videos redux. The videos are heavily edited, issue a flat denial, nothing to see here, we did nothing wrong. DNC Chair Donna Brazile, or Brazier as you term her.
Double D.
We do not believe or have any evidence to suggest that the activities articulated in the video actually occurred. So they were conspiring to incite violence. They were conspiring to commit voter fraud. But there's no evidence they occurred, so it's okay. So it's interesting because she's saying a couple of things. One, that what's on those videos is illicit activity.
Yeah.
She's conceding that point implicitly. And number two, actually, there's a lot of evidence to suggest they occurred. Have you seen the violence at Trump rallies?
I knew.
And also, Foval gives a specific example, going back, forget even Trump, go all the way back to Iowa in the beginning of the campaign when Scott Walker was still around. And they talk about how they essentially executed a pincer movement on Scott Walker, professional agitators at an Iowa event.
But I remember seeing that and thinking, are those professional agitators, are they getting paid to do that? I mean, do Republicans do that to Democrats, Dan? I'm just curious because there's some things I see and they don't sit well with me.
You have trackers, and both sides use trackers, but that is a very different thing to record what your opponent's doing at public events. That is a very different thing than to say we're sending thugs out there to orchestrate violence so that our friends in the D.C. press corps can capture it and create this caricature of Trump and Trump supporters. One of the reasons Republicans won't do it is because the media wouldn't cover it. I mean, it's not necessarily that Republican operatives are all pure of heart and Democrat operatives all have black souls. There's a lot of people of questionable ethics across the political spectrum, particularly in politics. So, but this is something of a different kind. And Bob Creamer is a high-level operative for a long time, and he is married to Calamity Jan Schakowsky. And she needs to answer some questions, and her Republican opponent, Joan Lasson, has put those questions to her, in addition to calling for her to step down. You think he's going to the White House that much, and she has no idea what he's doing? So if Jan Schakowsky was a co-conspirator in this, just like she was effectively an unindicted co-conspirator in the bank fraud that put Creamer on vacation for a year and a half when he went to federal prison for bank fraud, tax-related charges, scumbag. Jan Schakowsky has no idea what's going on? Come on. That's not plausible.
And then if you look back to the UIC, the rally that was here that Trump, I mean, we had a police officer injured. I mean, there were non-life-threatening injuries to some of the protesters too. But even when I was watching that, I thought, those are not Chicagoans. Something is not right here. And shame on them. He should go to jail for this.
Do you care about violence? Do you care about the use of, you want to talk about Banana Republic? We have orchestrated efforts to commit voter fraud that are detailed in that second video that O'Keefe released, where Foval talks about how you bring people out of state into Wisconsin to vote, to register to vote illegally and vote illegally. So we have your vote taken away from you, and we have people trying to orchestrate violence at the events of their opponents. That's Banana Republic stuff. Mm-hmm. And people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just say everybody does it and ignore it? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I also want to say something about Bob Creamer, who, like Calamity Jan and Hillary for that matter, and Obama for that matter, dyed-in-the-wool Alinskyites, rules for radicals. These are, communist holdovers from the 60s.
Okay.
Creamer, in 2007, published a tactical handbook of his own inspired by Alinsky, called Stand Up Straight, How Progressives Can Win. He wrote this while he was in prison. Nice. Got a lot of time on his hands. Yeah. Sure. Nothing but time. Listen to, this is an excerpt. Stanley Kurtz had a nice blog post about this over at the Corner, Nash Review Online. Listen to this excerpt, because it's really important. Bob Creamer. In general, our strategic goal with people who have become conservative activists is not to convert them. That's not going to happen. It's to demoralize them, to deactivate them. We need to deflate their enthusiasm to make them lose their ardor and, above all else, their self-confidence. A way to demoralize conservative activists is to surround them with the echo chamber of our positions and assumptions. We need to make them feel that they are not mainstream, to make them feel isolated. We must isolate them ideologically and use the progressive echo chamber. By defeating them and isolating them ideologically, we demoralize conservative activists directly. Then they begin to quarrel among themselves or blame each other for defeat and isolation, and that demoralizes them further. That is a corollary of the Alinskyite directive to make the majority feel like their opinions are those of the minority, to isolate, to demoralize, to engender infighting. That's what the overall aim is, because that's the path to victory. And you know what? I mean, in terms of what he lays out there, that's exactly right. That's exactly what they do. And when conservatives lose, when good ideas lose to bad ideas, that's what's happening. What Bob Creamer lays out in his little tactical handbook. That this should be something that's distributed to every conservative. In fact, I may take that up myself. Understand what the left is doing and what professional grassroots leftists like Creamer are doing if you want to understand how to effectively combat it. Take a couple calls. How about Jeff in Arlington Heights? You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. This is Watergate, okay? This is Watergate on steroids. U.S. Attorney Zach Fardin here in Chicago, his number one priority is public corruption. Here you have it. I mean, it's a smoking gun. And I hope all the people that were injured at UIC Pavilion sue this Creamer guy and the DNC. I mean, it's outrageous. I can't believe this.
Thanks for the call, Jeff. Pete in Vernon Hills.
Hey, good morning. There were about 25,000 people at UIC. How many arrests? Let's count them together. 1, 2, 3.
No, there are 5.
3.
Well, yeah.
There were 3 people arrested. If every single person who was at UIC that got hurt sued, to be less people than get sued at a Bulls game. This was a passionate political setting with people stating their opinions. Donald Trump was too afraid of people that don't agree with him to come out. And then he lied, and it's been documented that he lied, and that the police said it was dangerous. It was dangerous for him because he would have looked like a dope.
No, his security officer said that and also a police officer got hit in the back of the head with a bottle, and another one needed stitches. That does
wait
not.
Wait a second. Hey, Pete. So we shouldn't believe what Bob Creamer's saying. We shouldn't believe.
Which thing that he's saying?
What's that?
Which thing?
Everything he's saying. The professional.
Okay.
on tape and in print and his handbook. So there's not.
Handbook?
The tapes. We don't.
I would not believe that.
Oh,
he's on.
Okay, Pete.
It's not
Give me a
selective
break.
editing. He's on
Give me
there.
a break. There's full context to the interviews. This is the same leftist nonsense. Oh, they're heavily edited. No, they're not. Explain the context of the interviews. They're 16 minutes long, the first two videos. And Bob Creamer's there, not being prompted. You've got full context around the conversation. And not to mention Foval reinforcing what's there. Not to mention these emails that I just mentioned in DNC leaks, which confirm what was happening. Give me a break. This is, if you want to have an honest discussion and you want to pretend, if you're a member of the left, that you actually care about this republic, then at least admit what's true. This is just waving things off because I'm a conspiracy theorist. Go fine-tune your tinfoil, Pete and Vernon Hills, you goof. Mike at Midway.
Yes, how do you do? I got friends that all these corruption charges and WikiLeaks coming out, they're just saying the Electoral College decides who's president. None of this stuff matters. I just find that to be ridiculous logic in light of what happened with Al Gore, and they were saying the exact opposite. I just want you to know that's what's going on out there in the streets. It's really sad.
Well, good. If liberals say their votes don't matter, then don't show up. Margot in Burr Ridge.
Yeah, I just had to call up when that guy from Pete from Vernon Hills, or whoever it was saying it was all made up and Trump is afraid. It was so dangerous in there. You could tell even before they did the rioting. The people that were in there were just vicious young types. And when it all happened, I was so frightened. I ran out of the auditorium and I stood behind one of those great, big, huge, supports outside in the round part before you go outside, because I could see all the stuff going on outside. But I stood behind there because if there were guns, if there's a lot of shooting that was going to go off on there, I wanted to be behind one of those things so that the bullets wouldn't hit me. It was terrifying. And when those vets, the very last people to exit the place, were the veterans in their wheelchairs because they couldn't get out fast. And at the very end, the very last person out pretty much was this vet. His wife was pushing him in a wheelchair, and they stopped when they saw what was going on outside the glass doors, outside. And he said, "Look at this. The country is lost." So he gave his legs so these kids could take his right to assembly away. It was really galling.
Thanks for the call.
It was just awful.
Thanks for the call, Margot. And yeah, Pete and Vernon Hills, that's just like a Bears game, right? Yeah. You goof. Sean in Elmwood Park.
First of all, this is domestic terrorism. Let's be very clear. This is a plan. This is orchestrated. It is paid for and colluded with the DNC. Politicians are sworn to protect us, the people. And what are they doing? They're paying and they're collaborating to harm us. That's number one. Number two, have you seen these clowns? Hey, Creamer, bring Axelrod, bring Rahm Emanuel so I have something to beat you with. Bring that scarecrow wife of yours and pick up Pete from Vernon Hills because I'm easy to find and I am your Huckleberry.
Thanks,
so
Sean.
You want?
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Ask almost anybody about Social Security and Medicare, and they'll tell you, I own my Social Security benefits. I own my Medicare. But the truth is, you haven't earned your Social Security check. These programs don't save or invest what you put in. The government taxes you when you were young and doles out your hard-earned money to pay for retirement and medical expenses of the old today. When you retire, your benefits will be taken from the working youth. Social Security and Medicare are giant welfare programs that force retired Americans and the working young to participate. It adds insult to injury to call them earned benefits. You can't earn a right to have others support you. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brook's Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ariradio.com and click on the donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their three co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The following is a paid political announcement.
As Americans, we have many issues to consider this election cycle. But those of us in Cook County also have the big issue of property taxes, which are driving some people out of their homes, their county, and their state.
I'm Dan Patlak, Commissioner of the Cook County Board of Review. I've worked hard to increase access to the appeal process and ensure fair assessments. Last year, more appeals were filed with the board than ever in the history of Cook County or the nation, and the Cook County Board of Review was ready. As the only Republican in a tax system controlled by the other party, I represent balance and someone who will fight for you. With over 20 years of experience in property valuation as a realtor, certified assessing officer, board analyst, township assessor, and commissioner, and with a background fighting unfair taxation and wasteful spending, I want to continue working for fair assessments on your behalf. I'm Dan Patlak, and I ask for your vote.
Dan Patlak, the qualified candidate for Cook County Board of Review, endorsed by the Chicago Tribune. Visit electpatlak.com. Paid for by citizens for Dan Patlak.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Per the WikiLeaks emails of Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, we confirm that, paraphrasing football coach Dennis Green, Hillary and her boond are who we thought they were. The emails verify the bigot baiters are the bigots. A Catholic woman who takes her faith seriously is a contemptible shill for dictatorship. The state is the church. Hillary is its high priestess. You shall genuflect. The emails confirm the Departments of Justice and State to be Hillary campaign appendages. Unprofessional, extra-legal contact was not limited to Bill Clinton and AG Loretta Lynch. While FBI Director Comey was doing his best Inspector Clouseau routine, Hillary's plumbers were busy gaming the investigation and subverting the public's right to know. The emails corroborate the D.C. press corps' collusion. Editors coordinate the timing of op-eds for maximum exposure. Reporters give Hillary veto power over quotes, and cable network pundits slip her debate questions in advance. Mostly the emails establish the big government, big media complex to be full of venal intellectual lightweights who do indeed find everyone outside of it unredeemable. The Herculean task to clean out the ruling class's Augean stables needs a beginning. November 8th is it.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How to stop homegrown terrorism. We'll talk to a former radical Islamist, now a de-radicalizer, Rashad Ali, at 8:08.
And reviewing the Cubs, one game away from going to the World Series. But first, here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. Police say a man has killed himself after running into a Chicago dental office. 2 sexual assaults reported at DePaul University. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A comic detour on the campaign trail.
I said no to some jokes that I thought were over the line. But I suppose you can judge for yourself on WikiLeaks in the next few days.
Hillary Clinton poking fun at herself while also taking jabs at Donald Trump, who got big laughs for this one.
Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech, and people get on her case.
Trump also got boos, while some of Clinton's one-liners fell flat, but the two shook hands, and Cardinal Timothy Dolan, who sat between them at last night's charity dinner in New York, says,
I was very moved by their interaction together around me. They were very friendly, very uplifting, very complimentary to one another.
Well, that may not be the case today when Trump holds rallies in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, while Clinton campaigns in Ohio. House Republicans are hardly done probing Clinton's email controversy. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, House Oversight Committee Republican Chair Jason Chaffetz wants answers from the FBI about allegations that the State Department pressured the agency to change the classification of an email found on former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's private server. In a letter to FBI Director James Comey, Chaffetz demanded the agency produce documents related to the email and its classification, as well as make officials available to testify before the committee. Hearings into the matter are expected when lawmakers return from recess. The State Department has denied there was any quid pro quo. Dave.
Rachel, Syria has opened another corridor for people to leave Aleppo in the middle of a pause to warplane bombings, but Russia says rebels are refusing to go, and the UN says it can't conduct evacuations of the wounded, citing a lack of security. In Iraq, ISIS militants turned the focus to Kirkuk, launching deadly attacks there amid the operation to root the terrorists out of Mosul. An American military member was killed yesterday in a roadside bombing. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy this morning, 44 degrees. Time is 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Fire crews remain on the scene, mopping up after a massive blaze this early morning on Chicago's near southwest side, near 25th and Rockwell. Chicago Police and Fire tell us 2 firefighters were hospitalized for heat exhaustion, but no other injuries were reported. John Lester's 7 sharp innings of work, Addison Russell, a tie-breaking home run, and the Cubs are 1 win away from their first World Series trip in 71 years, beating the Dodgers 8-4 yesterday, Game 6 tomorrow night. A Plainfield man is dead after running into a Chicago dental office on the near west side, then apparently shooting himself. Police say Clint Engel was waving that gun when he entered Skyline Smiles on Madison Street looking for his ex-girlfriend. Several movers hid the woman Engel was looking for in their truck moments before his body was then found unresponsive in a nearby alley. DePaul University warning students after 2 sexual assaults reported on the university's Lincoln Park campus. The most recent incident happened early yesterday in Monroe Hall on Clifton Avenue. Green Bay beat the Bears 26-10. Bears lost right guard Kyle Long with an arm injury and quarterback Brian Hoyer to a broken arm. NBA, Atlanta beat the Bulls in Nebraska 97-81. Number 3 Michigan will host the Fighting Illini this weekend. The news service of Staples with low prices on ink, toner, and printers. The redesigned lightning-fast HP OfficeJet Pro is now at Staples, and you can save up to $100 for a limited time. See store or staples.com for details. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Staples, make more happen. 8:03. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, AT&T is reportedly talking about a deal with Time Warner. Bloomberg Technology says senior executives from the 2 companies have met in recent weeks to discuss various strategies, including a possible merger. General Electric's earnings are disappointing, though sales were better than expected. GE also says it will buy back $4 billion worth of stock. Microsoft's earnings top prediction. Sales of its Azure cloud computing business more than doubled in the quarter. Microsoft shares could reach a new high today. Reynolds American shares are sharply higher before the Wall Street open. British American Tobacco, the parent company of Philip Morris and Lucky Strike cigarettes, is offering to buy out the portion of Reynolds American it doesn't already own for $47 billion. The Dow closed down 40 points yesterday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It is 8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs, opportunity, and economic growth for our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. they'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
8:06 AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Glenview, closures remain in place for southbound Milwaukee Avenue and southbound Sanders at that intersection due to a collision involving a pedestrian. Southwest side 26 still closed between California and Western after that fire. Western and Rockwell are blocked at 26. The Kennedy's now an hour and 9 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. It's 47 minutes from Montrose and 40 in the Express. Outbound 32 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Eden's 22 minutes. Lakeoak to Montrose. Outbound 31. The Eisenhower. Now an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 41 minutes. Stevenson an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36 minutes. Ryan is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Delays are from the mile-long bridge to 47, then from the Reagan Tollway to 190. But Adams Tollway heavy, Roselle to 53. Veterans Memorial stop and go 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. Northwest Indiana's clear. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Sun and clouds today with a high 54, then a partly cloudy night, low 36. Tomorrow, partial sunshine, high 60, and a clear night, low 43. Full day of sunshine for Sunday with a high 68, and a clear night Sunday night with a low 42. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 44 at O'Hare, 47 along the lakefront. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Automated Systems Incorporated. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
High fly ball in the center. The shortstop Russell. A big one. 2-run shot. 3-1 Chicago in the 6th.
Tonight, let's embrace the spirit of the evening. Let's come together, remember what unites us, and just rip on Ted Cruz.
Michelle Obama gives a speech, and everyone loves it. It's fantastic. My wife, Melania, gives the exact same speech, and people get on her case.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, talking about some substantive issues here in the midst of this presidential campaign. There has been a lot of discussion of national security, and particularly as it pertains to the threat of radical Islamist terror. It was mentioned in the last debate on Wednesday night, but, Hillary kind of did the typical trivializing the nature and magnitude of respective problems by suggesting that the Orlando shooter was born in Queens, just like Donald Trump.
I know, that was so off.
But there is this issue of homegrown terrorism. And so what are we doing in this country? What are other countries in the West doing to combat this? An interesting piece in the Daily Signal, dailysignal.com, Britain's aggressive approach to stop homegrown terrorism. And it profiles a gentleman named Rashad Ali, who once belonged to an Islamic extremist group, but now is working with the British government to prevent vulnerable populations, vulnerable individuals, I suppose, from being radicalized by the terrorist elements within the Islamic community. Rashad Ali is his name. He's a fellow at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, and he joins us now. Rashad Ali, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi.
So can you explain your backstory in terms of moving from someone who apparently was radicalized, at least according to this Daily Signal story, to someone now working with the British government to prevent others from falling into that trap?
Sure. I guess when I was quite young, I was in my early teens,
I ended up joining a radical Islamist movement. From there, I stayed with the group up until I was, in my 20s. And the movement was actually a global movement aimed at establishing a global Islamic State, which they call the Caliphate, rather like what you're seeing in ISIS at the moment. The difference was it was a revolutionary movement. So it wasn't trying to bring it about through violence, but through creating social change, agitation in society, and taking power. And so I guess there was a number of things that the ideology pushed. One was a very extreme and radical interpretation of politics in general. So one which rejected democracy, basic individual rights for people, was an authoritarian ideology, one that fundamentally believed a single-power totalitarian system should govern the world, and which took inspiration from medieval religious traditions and ideologies in order to govern or create a governance system. And so it took some time for me to be able to see through both the injustice of the ideology and secondly, the irreligious nature of the ideology in terms of this being a revolutionary take on Orthodox religion. And subsequent to that, I was able to then realize that actually this is not something that's going to rid the world of the ills that I saw as a kid growing up. As an example, what I'm talking about is I grew up when in Europe we were having civil wars between Bosnia and Serbia, where actually you had the genocide of Bosniaks. These are white, blonde, blue-eyed Europeans who had a Muslim heritage who were being killed because they were Muslims. Or in Croatia, where if you weren't the right brand of Christianity, you were going to be killed by the Serbians there as well, and genocide was being committed. And actually, it was only the US that stepped in, that decided to stop that and put pressure on Europe to stop that happening. But actually, that had a profound effect on people like myself, who made us view ourselves as, actually, we are Muslim, we're going to be persecuted by the West unless we, adopt an ideology which will protect ourselves. And it's only being able to see through that actually this ideology is much worse than the current ills that we see in the world. So that it took some time to come to that conclusion, to then say, hold on, we need to stop people embracing it and stop, because also the consequences are when people take this worldview, violence becomes one of the routes and the options for them.
So, Rashad, you joined this Islamic extremist group when you were 15. You became a key leader in the UK, but you later rejected the group and its ideology. What was your aha moment where you realized, you know what, this is not for me? And was there something in particular?
Well, actually, it's a gradual approach, if you like. There's many things that don't quite fit, but you know what humans are like. We try and make it fit, and we try and make excuses. So, to give one example, they recognize that Islam is a diverse tradition. There are various different interpretations of Islamic religious law on almost every question. And so the idea that you need to have one government enforcing that across the world, across all Muslims, is quite far-fetched as an idea. But actually, if you cloak it in religious language and you talk about a caliphate like history, you talk about Sharia or religious law, and you try to make out as though these are singular things, these are, simple things, then actually, after a period of time, it will just fall apart. Because you recognize that some of these laws are completely outdated, they're not relevant for society we live in the modern world. Some of the traditions themselves are actually very, they're interpreted differently by Muslim scholars. There's that old saying, if you get two Jews in a room, you get three opinions. Muslims are no different. They have a wide variety of positions and everything.
Well, so explain what you're doing now in your consultancy in conjunction with the British government to prevent or to de-radicalize those that are on the same path or vulnerable to the same path that you chose before you walked away.
So, if you permit me to give you some examples, there are different types of people that are radicalized today. You mentioned the Orlando shooter. The Orlando shooter, he gave several reasons for his radicalization. One of those was obviously his association and affiliation with ISIS. He swore allegiance to them. The second thing he mentioned was America's attacks on ISIS individuals, which is obviously going to happen because they're not going to let terrorism grow in the world. So you can't do anything about that. And the third thing he mentioned was the U.S.-Russian alliance, i.e. Obama's acquiescence to Russian Russian bombing in Syria, and actually the almost cooperation with the Assad regime doing absolutely nothing about the humanitarian disaster. And so these three different things you have to try and tackle. You have to try and explain that actually, hold on a second, the Syrian situation is complicated, although to some extent I am quite sympathetic with why people would see this administration as being acquiescent and almost invertebrate to the Russian authorities. Similarly, when people talk about, we support the ISIS ideology, you can't tackle that without recognizing the extreme nature of that religious ideology. You have to take it apart. And ignoring that dimension means that you fail to do so. So being able to explain to young people that actually, in history, the caliphate was never one state, that it was a diverse tradition of different laws, that Islamic faith forbids killing of civilians, that this is something that actually there's been a consensus on for 12 centuries, and modern movements like Al-Qaeda, etc., are a deviation. They're not going back to the original tradition.
All right, so
talking people through this is really important to help them make their own mind up to move away from these groups.
Okay, so part of this seems to be like religious and historical instruction, which makes perfect sense to inform people's understanding. But what about one step back, identifying those individuals who are quote-unquote vulnerable populations and working in conjunction with the government? I know this is, at least in part, a response to some legislation, national security legislation that was passed in the UK in 2015. But how do you go about doing that in terms of, thinking about lessons for the United States within the context of protecting people's individual rights?
Sure. I think the United States is slightly different because of your constitution.
Yeah, sure.
But also your political makeup is different. So in the UK, the referrals for people come from people who are worried or concerned about individuals who are showing signs of extremist discourse. To give an example of that in the US context, the Orlando shooter himself, people around him at his workplace referred him to the FBI. Now, the FBI, all they can do in the US context is an investigation. If there's no evidence of criminality, they can't do anything more than that. And they can't be blamed for that. However, in the UK context, what we do is after the investigation is over, or if an investigation can't take place, or there's no threat, then if there's still a concern about radicalization, then what tends to happen is that then they will contact individuals like myself who work with the authorities to come and meet these people, strike up a relationship, engage with them, and trying to get them to understand the issues and why there's a concern for them and for the people around them. And then talk through these issues.
And in the UK context, do those individuals, are they forced to comply with your engagement, or is it something that you're presented as an option if law enforcement has concerns about particular individuals, but there's no case to be made?
Well, it's actually voluntary.
It's voluntary.
So they're not forced to comply. But you'd be surprised that actually if you can sit somebody down, a lot of these people, A, they either want to proselytize their ideology because they believe in it strongly, or B, actually, a lot of them, they do want to talk about these things because they are also going through a slightly conflicted process. That actually most people they're not radicalized overnight. They do have misgivings. And so if you can capture them before they come to that absolute certain decision to do an action, you can actually dissuade many people from this.
That's really the intellectual hand-to-hand combat, if you will, is really interesting. I know in 2015, UK authorities, 35% more terrorism-related arrests than in 2010, just 5 years earlier. Also, about 800 individuals from Britain will travel to Iraq and Syria to fight in the conflicts there for ISIS. I wonder what impact you've seen from your consultancy, this kind of work in terms of de-radicalizing or preventing the radicalization of individuals.
So two things. I think we've had, just a minor point, we've had about 800 people leave for Syria, and we've had several hundred return.
Okay.
But not all of those individuals have been involved in the fighting necessarily. So I think it probably is around 400 or 500 that have gone off to actually join ISIS.
Okay.
The second thing is in terms of how we measure this. So we measure this quite specifically in terms of the individual cases. So we've worked on over 100 cases over the last few years of individuals who have either been returning back from Syria or Kenya and Somalia, places like this where they've gone to join al-Shabaab or ISIS or other jihadi groups, individuals who have been convicted of terrorism acts, individuals who have been connected to plots but they can't be tried because there's not enough evidence, or individuals that have been referred because of their association with extremist ideology, i.e. support for groups like ISIS and so on. And with those individuals, we've spent several months, sometimes longer even, being able to engage with them, dissuade them, and get them to try and rethink things through. So some of these people have personal reasons. Some of them have had family members killed in Afghanistan, Pakistan, in drone strikes. Some of them have political grievances. And therefore, it's a matter of explaining the politics to them. And others are very deeply embedded in the theology, so you have to break it down for them to think these things through. But in each of those cases, we can see a change in ideology, we can see a change in their motivation. And we can see that they no longer dehumanize other people, which are all preliminaries to violence. So those things that we measure with the individuals, we can see that just ourselves, we've had that kind of impact with over 100 people. And there's many other people that work in this space in a similar manner that I think have literally changed people's minds and move them to actually help work with us now, in terms of identifying others, talking to other people, dissuading other people.
It's fascinating. It really is. And obviously, great work you're doing. He is Rashad Ali. He's a fellow at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue in the UK. Rashad, thanks so much for joining us, sharing your story and insights. Appreciate it.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, some sunshine, a few high clouds. It's going to be a crisp fall day, a high just of 53 degrees tonight. May have to turn the heat on. Try not to, but there's going to be a low of 37 degrees. And your weekend looks like this for your Game 6, hopefully not a Game 7 of the NLCS. Plenty of sunshine on Saturday, a high of 60 degrees. And on Sunday, it's going to be really nice, mostly sunny skies, a high near 70. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Chicago firefighters still battling hot spots after a 5-alarm blaze on the southwest side. Just 26th closed between California and Western. Western and Rockwell are blocked to 26th as well. In Glenview, southbound Milwaukee Avenue closed River Road to Lake Avenue after a collision involving a pedestrian. Milwaukee at Sanders. Eden's 21 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 6 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound it's 35 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour 17. Thorndale to the post office, an hour from Manheim. Outbound 33 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State heavy from the Stevenson to 47th. The Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are fairly light. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, you've heard the name Turnkey IT. David Kolsak, huge Cub fan. He's happy today. And for years on this radio station, we've talked about Turnkey IT, and you know what they do. They do something for IT, with IT for businesses. But the truth is that Turnkey IT supports users, not simply computer devices. You know, the average consumer now just has 4 connected devices that they use daily: smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktops. And these devices connect to fitness devices, watches, thermostats, even refrigerators. So the professionals at Turnkey IT help you connect all of them together so your company is as connected as you want it to be. Turnkey IT has a team of professionals who help users every day, just like you and me. From the simplest to the most complex systems, they make technology workable, usable, and reliable. So if you're tired of just settling for technology and want to really make your technology work for you, then you have to visit turnkey.pro today to see how simple and affordable it can be to get your tech world spinning. That's turnkey.pro, turnkey.pro.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Hey, are you considering buying a piece of diamond jewelry now or in the near future? MJ Miller & Company has a tip you might not have heard before. Buy your diamond loose. Many times a flaw can be hidden under a prong once the gem is set in a mounting. A loose stone allows the viewing of the entire diamond under magnification in many different positions. This advantage is multiplied when a diamond is compared to others and subtle differences emerge. If you already have your loose diamond, consider the on-premise designers at MJ Miller. They can create the perfect setting, complementing the gem while honoring your taste and budget. And of course, nobody has more loose diamonds in every color than MJ Miller & Company. MJ Miller is at 123 West Main Street in Barrington, next to Egg Harbor. They're open Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Friday until 6, every Thursday evening until 8, and Saturday until 5. Call 847-381-7900 or visit mjmillerjewelers.com. MJ Miller & Company, your trusted family jeweler.
Here's some great news. Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Taboda & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
When it comes to commercial vehicles, it's time to drill down to the details. If you're not driving the new Sprinter Worker from Mercedes-Benz, your van just isn't cutting it. The Sprinter Worker takes payload up a notch, carrying up to 3,512 pounds. Its cargo volume is cranked up too, with over 300 cubic feet of space. When it comes to safety, it's unmatched, but it's the price that'll really hammer it home. The new Sprinter Worker starts at just $32,495. It also has a service interval of up to 20,000 miles and the highest residual value in its class, according to ALG. Put that in your pipe and weld it. Huge capacity, small price, starting at just $32,495. The all-new Sprinter Worker, starting at only $32,495. Mercedes-Benz, vans born to run.
MSRP for a 2016 Sprinter Worker excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep. Options, final availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Senator Mark Kirk says he got sucker punched by the Tribune, and what to do on some other ballot initiatives you'll see in Illinois on November 8th, like the road fund matter at 8:38.
And already Cub fans are buying World Series tickets. Will Dan buy the $1 million seats? He'll explain. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Clearing 45 degrees. A number of popular sites, Twitter, Spotify, SoundCloud, all reportedly experiencing outages this morning. The cause appears to be a denial of service attack, mostly on the East Coast. An American soldier has been killed by an IED in northern Iraq. The Pentagon confirming the death, not giving an exact location or identity of that soldier. As Iraqi security forces continue their massive offensive against ISIS terrorists in Mosul, IS militants have been pounding Kirkuk today. A Wisconsin man faces up to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to trying to join ISIS. The 34-year-old is accused of traveling to Turkey and trying to cross into Syria. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton showing a flair for stand-up last night. In the last few weeks of their battle for the White House, it happened at the annual Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation dinner in New York last night, where Trump roasted Hillary Clinton over the email scandal.
I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
Clinton saying Trump sees the Statue of Liberty as a 4.
Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4. Maybe a 5 if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair.
The host of last night's event, Archbishop Timothy Dolan, saying Clinton and Trump actually got along just fine at the event and had fine interactions together. Fire crews mopping up at the scene of a massive blaze on Chicago's southwest side near 25th and Rockwell. DuPage County authorities say they're using DNA in their search for the parents of a newborn girl found dead earlier this summer. And maybe we're getting a little bit out of hand this election season. Disorderly conduct charges are pending against an Amherst, Wisconsin woman who authorities say smeared peanut butter on 30 vehicles outside of a gathering she mistakenly thought was a Donald Trump rally. It happened Monday night. The gathering was a local conservation group. Green Bay over the Bears last night, 26-10. NBA in Nebraska was Atlanta over the Bulls, 97-81. The news, a service of Subway. Kick off the season with a feast catered by Subway restaurants featuring giant subs, sandwich platters and sides. Do game day right. Place your order. Please allow 24-hour notice for those giant sub orders. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher calls some Republicans to the mat.
More and more Republicans are suddenly telling Trump to stop complaining about a rigged system in this election. You know why? Because of all the spineless Republicans who are refusing to help get this guy across the finish line and stop Hillary Clinton. And you know what? Frankly, I'd allege that's part of the rigged system, too.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Law, liberty, justice. This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
I heard that the Department of Defense recently caved into the ACLU regarding a lawsuit on the issue of the military sponsoring Boy Scout troops on military bases?
Well, there's been a lot of misunderstanding about this. The suit has been resolved, but the situation is the Boy Scouts are meeting on Department of Defense facilities. Here's the issue. The issue is, can the Department of Defense sponsor Boy Scout organizations? Well, the fact is the policy of the Department of Defense previous to this lawsuit and now is they don't, as their official position, sponsor organizations, any private organizations, because there are military operations. So I do not think there's a problem here. The Department of Defense will allow the Boy Scouts to meet on its facilities.
Get involved. Find out how at aclj.org.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
8:37, check of the roads, AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southwest side 26 still closed. California to Western. Western also closed at 26th after that fire. Glenview southbound Milwaukee Avenue closed. River Road to Lake Avenue after a collision at Sanders involving a pedestrian. Southbound Sanders is also blocked. Eden's inbound 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. The Kennedy with delays starting at Nagel, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 38 minutes from Montrose, 28 in the Express. Outbound 35 to the airport. The Eisenhower's an hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 35 minutes. Stevenson an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan 35 minutes from 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State, slow Plainfield Road to 31st, and from the Reagan to Way to North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. We'll have sun and clouds throughout the day, high 53, and some freezing temperatures late into the overnight in the far western suburbs. A general low of 37 for the area. 44 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, well, hear about it from your friends. Find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know what this song is?
432 Earth below us.
Yeah.
Who sings it? You gave me a donut. I'm seriously going to go into cardiac arrest.
There's a donut hole, although you did get into it. Welcome. We brought you east of Eden to the dark side.
I ate an entire donut with frosting on it. It was a curler, too.
Major Tom is the song.
Oh, Major Tom. Earth below us.
Who's the artist?
Drifting, falling.
Who's the artist?
I don't know. Me, because I'm singing it right now.
Yeah.
Hey-yo.
Good one.
Thank you.
Peter Schilling, for those of you scoring at home.
Peter Schilling.
Yes.
Common spelling, I presume.
Mark Kirk.
Mark Kirk.
The outgoing senator from Illinois.
Oh, I see what you did there.
He
You're so
wrote
funny,
an op-ed in response to the Tribune endorsement of Tammy Duckworth. The Tribune endorsement of Tammy Duckworth, primarily suggesting Mark Kirk doesn't have the
cognitive ability to hold office, right? So they're discriminating
physically.
They're discriminating against him because he had a stroke. Real nice, Tribune. Real nice. They supported him and endorsed him every time he ran for Congress. and the times before when he ran for
Have
senator.
you been around Mark Kirk?
Yes, I have.
And you
a
think
lot.
a
lot more than I did before when he had a stroke.
And you think he has the physical and mental acuity to do the job?
I'm pleading the fifth on that question.
So why are you castigating the Tribune if you're unwilling to answer the question? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because everybody's been tiptoeing and dancing around the subject, and the Tribune did not mince words.
So is that their fault, or do they deserve credit for that?
Well, I mean, I have a friend who had a stroke, and you lose your filter. They blurt out things, and you're like, whoa, tell me how you really feel.
So here's what Mark Kirk wrote in response.
Yes.
I mean, this is...
Is it bad? I didn't read it. What was
Don't
it?
judge us by our disability, judge us by our abilities. We're not handicapped, we're handy-capable. I mean, is this an after-school special? Is he
Annie, eat something. An after-school special.
Is he 5 years old?
Well, he's...
Handicapped, not handy-capable.
That's
Seriously?
like when they go low, we go high.
The bottom line is we're not standing up for something, then we stand for nothing. These and other profound reviews from Mark Kirk in this op-ed in the Tribune, or his staff. I don't know who gets the blame for this. This is just awful writing. By the way, if you want to know,
yes,
because Mark Kirk says instead of judging me for the work I've done in the Senate, the Tribune editorial board sought to sucker punch me by judging me on my health. Not a problem, Senator. I'll judge you on your record. Here's what Mark Kirk highlights.
Okay, is his accomplishments?
Here's what Mark Kirk highlights as the reasons. This is the reason to vote for him.
Okay, I'm ready.
I became one of the first Republican senators to support gay marriage and actively lobbied for its passage in the Illinois legislature.
Okay, what else?
I led the effort to build bipartisan coalitions to reauthorize the Export-Import Bank, protecting 47,000 Illinois jobs. I supported comprehensive, compassionate immigration reform to unite families and bring so many in our community out of the shadows.
Okay.
Hey, conservatives, you liking the value prop you're getting from Mark Kirk? All of his self-described accomplishments? This is what he wants to judge you on. So let's do that.
Okay, what else?
He wants you to judge him on. So what is your judgment? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. And let me ask this question. I want to make it more difficult.
Okay.
Are you going to vote for Mark Kirk? And would your vote change if you knew that the outcome of the Kirk-Duckworth race would determine control of the Senate?
That's what I'm afraid of. I mean, that's why I feel like we all have to vote for Mark Kirk. Because he vote for the party, not the person.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Are you voting for Mark Kirk or not? And would that change if you knew that the Kirk-Duckworth outcome would determine control of the Senate? It's possible. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible.
So do you think we're going to lose the House or Senate?
No.
No.
I don't. And I think that the GOP is giving in to the manufactured hyperventilating of the D.C. press corps that wants the GOP to lose the Senate. I don't know why we fall for the same thing over and over again. I don't know why we respond to the same people who clearly have our electoral demise in their sights. That is their perspective. That is their desire. But let's run in whatever direction the D.C. press corps, or at the state level, the Chicago or Springfield press corps, let's run in the direction they tell us to run. What kind of sense does that make? Let's run in the direction our enemies tell us to run. Fascinating. Kurt in Park Ridge, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's obvious the only reason to vote for Kirk is he's a Republican. We have to hold the Senate. So if he's a vegetable, if he gets caught in the wash from a Barack Obama, I don't care what he does, you have to vote for him.
He gets caught in the wash with a Barack Obama. Okay. All right, that's an extreme example
Let's be nice.
Well, but what Kurt's point with that rhetorical flourish is that you vote for Mark Kirk because he's the Republican. My party, right or wrong?
I'll vote for Trump if you vote for Kirk.
Nope. Chris in Riverside, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Mark Kirk's voting record makes me crazy. I don't care.
Three crazies.
I'm not gonna have the burden of losing the Senate. We have to organize the Senate, and I know, Dan, you think that it's all set. I'm not so sure. And on the point of his intellectual capability, At the Romney lunch a few days ago, Mark gave a 5-minute description of Syrian air defense systems that would just it's beyond anything that you would hear from anybody who's not a professional military analyst. The guy is sharp as a tack.
All right. Thanks for the call, Chris. I don't doubt that he has the intellectual acuity to do the job. I've been around him, not recently, but enough over the last couple of years since he has recovered substantially from his stroke to see that. So I don't doubt that. That's not my issue with Kirk, and that's not the basis I'm judging him. What he lists as accomplishments, which I find to be failures, I mean, that's the tip of the iceberg in terms of his frontal assault on conservatism and conservative ideas and the Republican Party. Tom in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know, a few months ago, I was going to go out and vote for Donald Trump and then just leave the booth and let the rest of the Republicans on their own, but not anymore, given the fact that none of them will endorse Donald Trump. They're all in office because of the votes that they got from people like me, Donald Trump supporters. They have slapped us in the face. They have kicked us in the groin. So now I'm going to go out on November 8th. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, and then I'm going to vote for every single scumbag Democrat on the ballot, because that is the only way to get rid of bad people. Bite the bullet, grow a pair, and just vote them out of office. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Wow. I'm not going to go that far.
I'm not growing any pears.
No, you don't have to. But I'm not going to go as far as Tom, but I will say this. Mark Kirk, and despite what Chris and Riverside said, I mean, I don't disagree. It's possible the Senate could turn on this race in Illinois. It's possible. I don't think it will, but it's certainly possible. Mark Kirk has told me and conservatives to go to hell. He's told us, get out of the party.
He didn't say that to your face.
No, he's not going to say it to my face, but by his actions and the positions he's taken, get out of the party, go to hell. Go pound sand. Okay, well, if you don't want me in the party, if you don't want me around, I won't be. Not a problem. And my position on Kirk is, I want you to know when you lose, and you will lose, that you lost because you excommunicated or attempted to excommunicate conservatives from the party. You decided to make your bed with the left on a full range of issues, a half a dozen major issues. This is not a single litmus test. Economic as well as moral, as well as international, national security related even. And okay, fine. So you made your bed with them. That's your constituency. Enjoy them. See if you can out-left Tammy Duckworth. And when you can't, and when you lose, know that it was conservatives who brought your political career to an end, and let that be a warning shot for others, like Captain Bligh, pour un courgette, l'autre. Send a signal. That's my position.
When you speak French.
Thank you very much.
Je bon sensation.
Vince in Island Lake.
God, I wish I could be like Tom, but I really hate Tammy Duckworth. She got a do-nothing job appointed by Dick Durbin, got a do-nothing job in the VA and really screwed veterans. And you know what? I don't even think she should have been behind the piloting a helicopter. I don't think she was qualified. She got that job probably because of,
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, thanks for the call, Vince. I don't know about that. I know Tammy Duckworth is going to be a roll call vote for the Democrats. I understand
She was created by the Democratic machine.
I understand that.
She even had a baby. What about the baby?
Dan,
the dingo ate my baby.
Dan in Hoffman Estates says Amy's still coping with her sugar high.
Yeah, it's really simple, actually. The never-Trumpers are against Trump. Trump at least has a lot of policies and positions that, align with conservatives. Kirk aligns with the Democrats. That is the stark difference right there.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Dan. Tom in New Lenox.
I'd like to vote against Mark Kirk, but I don't know anything about what Tammy Duckworth brings to the table. So just like the presidential race, I have to vote Republican because I consider it a no contest voting for the two Democratic candidates in both of those races.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Understand that. Let's go to Steve in Wayne.
I cannot vote for Kirk. I can't stand Tammy Duckworth, but I can't vote for Kirk, and I hope it sends a message to the Republican Party it's pathetic that this is the best we can come up with for Senator. Dan, you need to run next time.
Yeah, Dan.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate
You're the
that.
answer to all of our problems.
Oh, stop you.
You are.
Have another cinnamon donut hole.
Don't make me.
You're losing your mind. Jim in Hoffman
Help.
Estates. Hey, Jim. Jim in Hoffman Estates.
Hi, Dan and Amy.
Hey.
Hi.
Mark Kirk also voted against repealing funding for Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
In addition, he's not endorsing Trump. I'm not voting for Mark Kirk. I'm a conservative Republican, but I'm also not voting for Tammy Duckworth. I'm leaving that ballot blank. So that's the way I feel about it.
Thanks for the call, Jim. That's what I'm doing. Diane in Buffalo Grove.
I am going to suggest that people hold their nose and please do vote for Kirk. I'll tell you why. He single-handedly and with friends on both sides of the aisle, he said this Iranian quote-unquote deal is a disaster for America, which it is. It's a disaster for the world. So for his, mental capacity that is there, that's good regarding international relations against the Iranian deal, let him stay. And remember, Duckworth's only accomplishment is that on the campaign trail, as she collects funds around the country, she wears one of those idiotic T-shirts that says, I pee with him. Good for wherever she pees. Yeah, Mark is flawed, but if we don't vote for Mark, it's the same thing as being a never-Trumper. So lesser of all evils, please do vote for Kirk.
All right. Thanks for the call, Diane. Marianne in Wilmette.
Hi, Dan, if you ran, I would vote for you because I also voted for you for Gov.
Oh, my one vote from Wilmette. Thank you.
There were two of us.
Oh, two votes. Nice.
Yes. Anyway,
That's at my base camp there, 2 votes.
Pardon?
No, go. I was just saying it's my base camp, Wilmette. I got 2 votes there.
There you go. And I would actually work on your campaign, so mark me down. Anywho, the first caller, I think his name was Don, he said vote for Trump and then all the Dems down. That was like, no, we cannot do that because we have to remember Madigan. You have to vote for the Republican for your state reps to get Madigan out. So I think we have to vote these. Well, first of all, I usually vote and just hit the big R, but it's going to be harder this time because of Kirk holding my nose. I don't know if I can do that. But more importantly, got to get Jan Schakowsky out. So, Lassonde, Joan McCarthy-Lassonde, she's got to get in. But definitely the state reps because we have to get Madigan out or we're just going to be serfs to him for 30 more years.
Thanks for the call, Marianne. Agree with that. Owen in Willowbrook.
I'm going to vote for Trump as president for the U.S. Senate race. I'm going to write in the statue of Harry Carey because it'll get more done than any of those guys.
Okay, Owen, thanks.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Spaveri, CEO of Spaveri's Custom Counters, a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with companies like ours, a second-generation, family-owned and operated manufacturer. Our business matters to Signature Bank, and that comes through in every visit and every phone call with their team, right up to the bank's co-founders, Kevin, Mick, and Brian. Spaveri's is proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature.
Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Is this presidential election wearing you out? Are you tired of the banal chatter about Trump and Hillary on cable news and your social media feed? Then join the Heartland Institute Wednesday, October 26th for a special Women in Politics event that will feature adult conversation and genuine insights on the 2016 election. Listen, learn, and be inspired by women who are shaping free market governing policies in America. Speakers include Illinois Lieutenant Governor Evelyn Sanguinetti, Illinois State Senate Minority Leader Christine Radogno, Illinois State Representative Patty Bellick, Kathleen Murphy of the Illinois Opportunity Project, and more special guests. Doors open at 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, October 26th. The event is free with food and drink on the house, but you have to register soon to join the Heartland Institute for this special Women in Politics event. Go to heartland.org to register or call 312-377-4000. Don't miss out. Seats are filling fast. Go to heartland.org or call 312-377-4000.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
October is Glocktober at Schrank Smoke & Gun. For every Glock firearm purchased, you'll receive 3 free gifts, including a Glock 4 pistol range bag, a Glock bench mat, and a box of range ammo valued at $80. What a deal! Schranks has dozens of Glock models in stock, from the Glock 42 and 380 ACP to the Glock 20 and 10 millimeter. And with the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax with just a short drive north. For gunsmithing, you know you can count on family-owned Schranks. Take advantage of Schrank's special Glocktober sale by purchasing a Glock and receiving your free gifts. And cigar lovers, be sure to stock up from Schrank's humidors. Visit smoke_gun.org or call 847-662-4034. That's 847-662-4034. Schrank Smoke & Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
Join the Ayn Rand Institute at AM 560's Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Saturday, October 29th at the Westin in Itasca. Yaron Brook, Executive Director of ARI, will discuss his book, Equal is Unfair. This provocative new book was highlighted last year by co-author Don Watkins and has been eagerly anticipated. ARI fellow and former Institute of Justice attorney Steve Simpson discusses his new book, Defending Free Speech. The idea of free speech is under attack on college campuses and around the world. Find out why and how to defend it. Inside Freedom Summit's Media Rumble Roundtable, Yaron Brook will be alongside Dan Proft, Mike Gallagher, and Guy Benson as they talk about the big issues of this year's election. Then, at 3 p.m., come to the book signing with Yaron and Steve. And finally, at 4 p.m., you won't want to miss the live taping of the Yaron Brook Show, with audience Q&A and gifts for all live taping attendees. Find out more at 560theanswer.com, keyword freedom. Join the Ayn Rand Institute at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016.
2 programming notes. 1, Amy's GoFundMe page to raise $1 million to send me to the Cubs World Series game. And then Jerish Bakery meet and greet, 9 to 11 a.m. tomorrow for State Rep candidate Dan Gott. Thanks for the donuts.
Yes, and we'll see you back here 5 a.m. Go Cubs. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the Cubs did beat the Dodgers last night. Details after Fox WIND Chicago News Time.